Hello, everybody. Hello, it is Tuesday, 15th of March 2016. This is the MMA segment, episode 2. I'm John King, your host, and we pretty much have a very, very stacked show today. A few last minute pullouts, still unsure on a few people, but we'll get right into it. Should be fun. The first episode was a roller coaster, shall we say. It was a lot of last minute change and things like that, but it was fun. It was a fun experience, a good learning experience, and I've changed a few things because it was tough. Today, I think we don't have a guest until 1:45. Dean Garnett is the man that's coming on first. He is a Liverpool-based fighter, fought at Cage Warriors. He is one of the owners of the new gym Aspire. He's on at 1:45. Secondly is Patrick Pimblett. He comes on at 2:10, and then Mark Godbeer, BAMMA heavyweight champion, comes on at 2:40. At 3 p.m, we are joined by Diego Barbosa. At 4, Darren comes on. Sorry, at 3:30, Randy Brown comes on. At 4, Darren comes on. Danny Roberts is on at 4:30, and Mike Jackson, the guy who fought Mickey Gall, you might know him, he comes on at 5 p.m. So we've got a very, very long show today, and I am very much looking forward to it. I think just to get started, we're gonna talk a little bit about a few things that transpired over the past few weeks with MMA and UK MMA also. A lot of events the last few weeks. I've attended a fair few. I went to BAMMA in Dublin, ICFC, FCC, all sorts of events. Fun but stressful 3 weeks, sorry. I think we'll go through the BAMMA results. As BAMMA was a very, very fun fight card, I must say. It's so tough traveling there. We get there at about we've been to Dublin twice now for BAMMA. Got there at about 1 p.m. Sat around until 3 p.m. Went in, of course, the arena, and we were there until about 12 p.m. Then we went all the way back to the ferry depot, whatever you want to call it, and went home. So we got home at we got to Holyhead in Wales at about 3 a.m. and then we got home at about 8 a.m. So it was tough. Slept most of that day. Let's go through it. So there was one amateur bout, and that was fun. Yeah, I enjoyed that one. It was a good start to the night. Jay Mugan defeated Sean Carley. I think it was 29-28 all round, I believe. So it went, obviously went the most exciting fight, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. It went a boring fight, and it was a good way to start off the night, definitely. Then after that, Rhys McKee with a super knockout, fantastic knockout by Rhys McKee. A lot of talent there, we seen on Saturday night. We saw a lot of fighters coming out of Ireland and SBG. A lot of them proved themselves, so it was definitely fun. It was very, very interesting. I enjoyed it. There were so many fighters that kind of everybody knew what they're about, but they kind of stepped up a level on the night. So Rhys McKee, it was a fun fight. There was a lot of exchanges. Rhys McKee seemed to get stunned a few times, a little bit. Alex Masuku is obviously a very, very heavy-handed fighter, and and he stunned him a few times, but nothing too bad. But Reece McKee landing 251 in the first round, head kick, and Masuku was knocked out cold. After that, a first round finish again, a quick one. Lloyd Manning with a vicious knockout to stop Nicholas Ott. There was a lot of in the press room. There was a lot of intrigue to see Nicholas Manning here. Lloyd Manning. They wanted a lot of people wanted to see him showcase his excellent judo and show people what he can really do in judo. You know, because there's a lot of up and coming judo fighters coming into MMA now. So a lot of people were looking forward to that. It didn't happen. They kind of had like a little exchange, and then Nicholas Ott tried to take him down, got stuffed, and it somehow, there's a little bit of a scramble, ends up against the cage, and Lloyd Manning landed 1, 2, 3, 4, and Nicholas Ott he was out cold, crumbled to the floor, and the fight was over. That was incredible. And then a fight that I didn't get to see actually. I was actually busy waiting to interview Reece McKee. Lloyd Manning, Sean Tobin defeated Gary Morris. He submits them in round 2 with a rear naked choke. A fight that I really enjoyed after this one, though. Really liked this one. Sinead Kavanagh and Zara dos Santos. It was going into. I mean, Kavanagh moved up a weight class for this one, but coming into this fight, it looked like she moved up 3 or 4 weight classes because she looked so small in there. Dos Santos looked huge compared to her, and it was after the first few exchanges, all I can think is it's probably gonna be a vicious knockout on Zara dos Santos' part. But Sinead Kavanagh's tough, man. She stayed in there. It wasn't a domination by anyway. It was a close fight. She won eventually. She after 3 rounds, she took home a split decision. Personally, I thought Zara dos Santos won the fight, but I'm not a judge, so what can I do? After this, SBG prospect again, one of the guys I was referring to, James Gallagher, he stopped Gerard Gilmore via submission. It was quick and easy for James Gallagher, and I think he's just as good to be in front of the camera as he is in the cage, because he really does, light up the room when he speaks. When he came into the press room, people were kind of in awe of him. He came with some very expensive clothing and bags and things like that. So so that's fun. Some of the post-fight interviews he done were just hilarious. After that, Decky Dalton returned after a very, very long time off. He defeated Mike Cutting via decision. That was another fun fight. A lot of ground scrambles, but in the end, it was. I think Decky Dalton outclassed him on the ground and on the feet. I think the ground was a little bit closer, but as Mike Cutting started to tire, it started to, stay on the feet, and Decky Dalton was landing some hard shots. Unfortunately, couldn't get. He was actually. Decky told me post fight he was disappointed in his performance, and I don't know why. Obviously he didn't get the finish, but that was a phenomenal performance. It really was. He done really well, especially after so long out. So that was a very fun fight. I enjoyed that one. I think that was a fight for the more hardcore fan. After that, Brian Moore stopped Mick Brennan in 2 minutes and 39 seconds. I again didn't catch this one. I was interviewing Decky. After that, though, a fight that I did catch, the nuke Dylan Tuke stopped Mark Andrew in under a minute, 51 seconds. Yeah. What a performance. Dylan Tuke gets more impressive every time he fights. Really sensational guy. he's it was crazy to kind of watch how confident he was. He was just, straight away. I mean, coming to the cage, he was extremely confident. He was dancing, he was singing. It was kind of funny, but at the same time, you were like, wow, this kid's got some confidence. Went in there, kind of overwhelmed Mark Andrew on the feet, landed the big knee, the Owen Roddy knee, as a lot of the guys were calling it, and the fight was over. Mark Andrew hit the canvas, turtled up, and didn't want no more of it. But one thing I will say about this fight before I go on to talk about Dylan Duke, Mark Andrew's a lot more talented than people think. People are looking at that performance thinking he's a bad fighter. He's just been dusted in 51 seconds, but that's not the case. He really is a good fighter. It was somewhat surprising to see him get dusted like that. I did pick Dylan to win the fight, but for him to go in and just walk through Mark Andrew like that, did not expect that. But that's the fight game, I suppose. Dylan Duke's got a very, very bright future. One thing I actually want to ask Dylan, and I didn't get to ask him, what? Because there's a few featherweight guys now, a few like top class featherweights coming out to SVG. What happens if 2 or 3 featherweights end up at the top of the featherweight division in the UFC? If Connor's still, what happens? And I forgot to ask him, so next time I speak to him, I'll ask him that. But after that, a less. It weren't as statement making. If you kind of like get me drift, Peter Queally didn't make a bigger statement as Dylan Duke, but he won the fight. He fought Nathan Jones, Mr. Bagenside. Jones was obviously on this podcast last week, and he talked about the loss. Tough for Nathan Jones. He worked so hard. He really did himself going into this one. Peter Queally, there's talks about him going to the UFC. Do I think he should? Not yet. Judging from that performance, it's just, I don't know. He just didn't seem UFC caliber, and plus he's got 9 or 10 wins now, and he's never finished the fight. So, or is it 8 wins? I'm not sure, but he's never finished the fight. All he's never been finished either. Or every single one of his fights has gone to a decision. But I'm not telling that he's not good. He's definitely good, but there's room for improvement. I don't think he'd make it in the UFC at this point. After that, a controversial one. Again, I had Mario Said on the show last week. Miles Price and Mario Said, a hot fight. A lot of anger going into this one. Mario Said edging the first round, in my opinion, but then Miles Price comes back, lands a knee to the body, and then left hook to the body. Mario Said crumbled to the floor, and I've got a bone to pick. Okay, so when Mario was on the show, I said I don't know whether the fight should be stopped or not, and I was kind of debating, should it be stopped? Should it? And when I looked at it again, and I thought that shouldn't be stopped, and then I watched it a third time, and what I noticed is he got dropped with the knee, and Miles Price landed 2 hammer fists while he was covering up, and then just as the referee stepped in, he grabbed the leg. So, and then I said, I believe it should have been stopped, and I said respect to both guys, and then he tweeted me saying, have you ever been in a fight? And, it helps, but you don't have to be in a fight to know that a fighter doesn't want to be in there anymore. I like Mario. But he's just a bit, calm down. He's just a bit of a hothead. But let's just leave that. After that, the the headliner for the prelims, Alan the Apprentice Philpott against Nathaniel Wood. The Lonsdale bantamweight title on the line in this one. Philpott kind of won it last time out against Reggie Sutton at BAM at 22, but he missed weight beforehand, so he went. It didn't go down as a title win, but on weight this time, bang on weight, in the shape of his life, with the performance of his life, absolutely stunning performance, and again controversial stoppage. A lot of controversy on this card. Basically, in the first round, Philpott broke Nathaniel Wood's nose. It weren't too bad, but then in the second round it got worse, and in the third round gradually got worse and worse. And Nathaniel Wood ended up on top in the third round, and he was punching away, looking for opening to try and get the finish, because he was clearly behind the fight. He was looking to finish the fight. The referee pulled him off, brought the doctor in, looked at his nose, and the fight was stopped. Do I think that the fight should have been stopped in that position? No. I think if Philpott, why not? Why not stop it when Philpott's when the boat's standing and Philpott's landing punches and things like that? Because Philpott weren't landing off his back, so it's just a little bit of a peculiar thing to stop it there. But again, I'm not a referee, so it's not my choice. After this, Chris Fields stopped Dan Garnett with a Darr choke just under 4 minutes 40 seconds. I think it was 4 minutes 39 seconds in the first round. I like Chris Fields. I think he's got a lot of a lot of potential that really hasn't come out. He's a lot better than his record shows. It's tough. I think that was his first win since 2012 as well. So big win for the Housewives choice. After this, my good pal, I think I can call him a friend. I'll call him a friend, yeah. Don't think he'll mind me calling him a friend. Tom Dukumar, the Fire Kid, with a fiery performance, a first round knockout, and it was a knockout. It was a vicious knockout. Tom Dukumar, man, he just gets better every single time out. His last fight against Brendan Loughnane, PAMA 22 main event, a lot of controversy, and I was kind of interested to see how he come into this one, but having spoke to him a few times on fight week and exchanging messages and things like that, he genuinely did not care at all about people talking about the Brendan fight. He respects Brendan, but he doesn't care about that fight. You bring up the controversy and he's like, so it's a sport, you're going to get controversy. So fair play to Tom. He put on a show. Didn't expect him to. He told me in midweek, well, he said, I've got a lot more speed, but I haven't got the power. And well, I think I was told a little bit of a lie there, because he had a lot of speed and a lot of power. He came in there and just brawled. I didn't expect that. I expected him to fight technical. Damien Rooney was a bigger guy, and it was a strange one, but Dukumar just blew him out the water. Completely dominated. Landed a few very, very hard punches. It looked like he got dropped at one point. He said he slipped, and I've watched it again. It does look like he's kind of off balance. His foot does slip as he gets hit. So I'll count that as a slip. Plus, he's my friend, so I can't say he got knocked down. But Tom Dukumar, it was, if I recall correctly, overhand right, left hook, and Damien Rooney left uppercut. Damien Rooney he was out cold, face first into the canvas. But then after that, an upset. I think it's definitely an upset. Andy DeVent starches Paul Byrne in spectacular fashion. It was very, very surprising to me. I weren't counting Andy DeVent out, but it was surprising the way he won the fight, to go in there and just I was kind of glancing back and forth, with the fight, but he ended up with being on the back of Paul Byrne, landed a few very, very hard punches. Paul Bear went out cold. It was truly, truly incredible. 59 seconds that was, and the event with the what's the word? A career resurging victory, possibly. He may be on a career resurgence now. Who knows? Who knows? He before this he lost to Chet Coney, who also fought tonight in the main event, and to if there was one way to cap off this, if there was a perfect way to cap off this night, this was it. Chet Coney, who's never been rocked, never been hit, never been stunned in any way, to my recollection, blown out the water. John Phillips rocked him with that left hand just so many times in the clinch, on the feet, blah, blah, blah. And then the final punch, just a left, kind of left over the top, behind the ear, and Chet Coney was out for the count. That was that was very, very, very fun. On a whole, I'd give the card a. There was. I mean, again, because people were kind of saying this is the best Bama event to date, but some of the fights I didn't see, so it's that's the annoying thing about being being backstage and interviewing people, because you're interviewing one person and there's another fight going on, so you can't see that fight. So you've kind of got to. It's hard because it's you've got to be more of a journalist than a fan, because I could have sat there and thought, oh, I'll interview. Oh, I won't interview Tom Ducois because I want to see Andy Devent, or I won't interview Andy Devent because I want to see Chet Coney. But I mean, with the Tom Ducois one, Tom took a while to get up. He was with fan celebrating things like that, but whatever he was doing, it was about 15 minutes before he got up to the press room, and I wanted to get that interview done quick, so I got it done. And but there was a break between that and the co-main event, so luckily, fortunately, I got away with that one. Should we go through some news? I think we should. First off, McDrone, eh? Wow. McDrone leaves the UFC Sandra Bellator. He was a free agent for a while. But he's now a Bellator MMA heavyweight fighter. Matt Mitrione no longer with the UFC. Do you know what? This comes as a real surprise to me, because a lot of people, maybe he doesn't attract the. I mean, most recently it was Aljamain Sterling, who was a free agent. He eventually signed with the UFC because the UFC willing to offer him a lot of money, because he's such a big star and he's such a up and coming talent. Matt Mitrione maybe isn't the biggest name. Maybe he isn't a big. I think I think he's probably a bigger name than Aljamain Sterling because he's been around for so long. But people aren't gonna pay $60 for a pay per view to watch. I think they'd rather pay to watch Aljamain Sterling. Plus, a lot of things that they've got that Aljamain Sterling's got going for him. Trains in Serra-Longo with Chris Weidman, with I forgot his name, but a lot of the guys, Ray Longo, Matt Serra, blah, blah. So he's a and plus I'm sure Matt Serra was saying to the UFC, sign him, you gotta give him this and this and this. Because at the moment, you want your fighter. If he's getting the right amount of money, you want your fighter in the UFC. You don't want, because face it, Bellator don't get half as good ratings as the UFC. You know, if they both put on a huge, like their biggest event, the UFC would trump them by a long, long, long way. And I like Bellator, I really do, but they're not competitive. Yeah, and am I surprised? Yes, I'm surprised by this one because Matt Mitrione is a. It's not. It's it's not. You know, he's a good draw. He gets money. Blah blah. Blah. He's a good heavyweight. He could win the title. He. I personally think if without the eye pokes, he would have beat Travis Brown. Sorry, he's got solid wrestling and he's got very very heavy hands, and he can take a punch too. So you know, it's it's a tough one, but not gonna talk too much about Invicta. But I didn't actually catch the card, but that was very very fun. It was. I kind of wish I would have watched the card now, but I decided to just go to sleep instead. Not against I went, not against Victor. I were expecting it to be a bad card, but it's just I'm not really into it. I mean, Bellator could put on their biggest event ever. I'm not into it. WSOF could put on their biggest event ever. Not into it. ONE FC could put on their biggest event ever. I'm not into it. To be honest, the only things I kind of really follow. The only things I really follow are the UFC and the UK MMA regional scene. And I must say, the UK MMA regional scene is on fire right now. A lot of up and coming talent, a lot of fantastic events. Cage Warriors obviously coming back in April 14th or April 16th. But let's go to the Invicta FC 16 card. So I'll just talk about the fights that kind of drew a lot of attention, you could say. Aspen Ladd, I heard about her. She apparently put on an impressive performance again. I didn't see the fight, didn't see the card, so I couldn't tell you. Sarah D'Alio stopped Angela Levy's submission Renee choke in the third round. Roxanne Modafferi, former UFC fight, former tough contestant, won via split decision. Irene Aldana stopped Jessamine Duke. Well, from what I've been hearing, Jessamine Duke still sounds she is still sounds the UFC. Why? Why? Really don't fully understand it. She's not going anywhere. She's I mean, look, on a day she's a pretty good fighter, but she's not. I'm not gonna criticize her, but she was stopped by Irene Aldana. Angela Hill. I love Angela Hill. Such an upbeat and fun character. She on a first fight outside of the UFC since being cut, I believe. She picked up a TKO stoppage against Stephanie Egging, not sure. And then there was 2 title fights. Jennifer Maia and Vanessa Porto fought for the interim flyweight title. Jennifer Maia won that one via unanimous decision after a 5-round war, apparently. And then, was this an upset? In the main, was it an upset? Would you say it was an upset? Because all the focus going into this fight was on Amber Brown, and funny I say focus because MMA Fighting done a piece just on Amber Brown called Focus. Estlin and Casey done that, so that was fun. But Ayaka Hamasaki stopped Amber Brown, submitted her with an armbar in the 3rd round. 252. She retained her atomweight title. So let's continue on through some news. So we obviously spoke about Matt Mitrione. One thing I want to kind of bring up. This is a very, very peculiar situation. This Alistair Overeem and Andrei Arlovski fighting, and Greg Jackson is cornering Andrei Arlovski. And there's a reason. I'm sure there's a reason behind it. I've seen a few pieces, but I just haven't read them. But I mean, well, I think it could be a real disaster. I hope it's not, because Jackson's MMA it's in my opinion the best gym out there, and there's a lot of talent there. But what happens if? I mean, there's bad things that could happen both ways. Alistair Overeem could go and knock him out, and then he could come. It'd be awkward, Alistair Overeem could think, you cornered him and I still beat him, But if it goes the other way and Arlovski beats Overeem, then it's going to be a little bit awkward for Overeem, because he may be thinking, well, is he the favourite over me? Does Guerrero like him over me? Everything like that, really. But I don't know. I'm excited for that fight anyway. Another fight that got announced recently, yesterday, I believe, was what's his name? Let me get his name. I can't remember the guy's name, but Francis Ngannou is fighting again. There you go. Curtis Blades is fighting Francis Ngannou. Another guy pulled out, and now Curtis Blades is in. And I love Francis Ngannou. I've seen him fight once in the UFC. That was his debut, and he just a lot of power. A lot of power. Ends up winning with an uppercut. In his UFC debut. But anyway, off that, I'll do the yeah. So Dustin Poirier it was announced a few days ago that he was going to be that there was going to be a fight announced for Monday. It was kind of strange that it was. I think Dave Shaw said there's a fight announcement coming on Monday. It doesn't normally happen, does it? Uh, you know, it kind of happens. There's a fight announcement coming on Monday, but there's a fight announcement for this certain fighter coming on Monday. Is a little bit strange, but I don't mind. It's a very, very fun fight at UFC 199 in Los Angeles. Dustin the Diamond Poirier, who's now a lightweight fighter, who's been on a tear at lightweight, is fighting Bobby King Green in a fight that will excite. It's. I was there was so many suggestions, coming through. There was so many things going through my head, but Bobby Green actually didn't come into mind. For some reason, I had the impression he was kind of retired or about to retire or something like that. He's fighting it in a very, very tough fight. And also, just leaving, he I can't remember exactly what happened, but he can now no longer he sounds bad, blah, 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 but he can't fight. He has a heart problem. What's announced pretty recently? Eric Lewis will next face Gabriel Gonzaga at UFC Fight Night 86. Big heavyweight fight. I expect Eric Lewis to get the job done and win by knockout. Right, so somebody's just brought this up to me, and Brian Caraway believes that Amanda Nunes should be next in line for Misha Tate. That is awful, awful. I mean, look, if it's anybody, it's got to be Ronda Rousey, which is probably going to be, or Holly Holm. Nobody else should even be considered. It should be Rousey or Holm, because look, Rousey beat Misha Tate twice. She was the champion. Holm beat Rousey. Misha Tate beat Holm. What I'd love to see happen is an immediate rematch between Holm and Misha, and I think Holly Holm will actually take that one. Don't think that's going to happen though. I think Rousey will get the shot, beat Misha, and then Holly will beat Rousey. A circle of fights. Another fight announced recently. Ross Pearson has a new opponent for Brisbane. He now faces Chadwick Priest. It's tough for him because Chadwick Priest is a very, very talented fighter, but he's coming in on short notice and things like that. So it's gonna be pretty tough. So we are very, very close to our first guest. Dean Garnett is set to be on in about 5 minutes. first, let's break down. Let's just have a little look at UFC Brisbane. UFC Fight Night 85, Saturday, March 19th, this Saturday. And let me tell you this. We very, very nearly had had Hector Lombard on this show on the second episode. We were booked in for an interview. I was going to pre-record, and then I was going to... Wow. Going to pre-record, and then I was going to put it on, but unfortunately he had to reschedule because he was he had to do some I'm not sure what it was. He just said he had to do something for the UFC. Just looking, Ross Pearson versus Chad Laprise is on the Fight Pass prelims. Is that, that's interesting. I think that may be a mistake. I'm not sure. Very soon, just a few minutes, we will have Dean Garnett on, but let's run through this card quickly. So, first off, Alan Patrick and Damian Brown. Damian Brown obviously showing a replacement. This fight should be fun. Any Alan Patrick fight is fun. I think Alan Patrick will get this done though. Paul Redmond, who is actually also supposed to be on the show, but I didn't have time to actually pre-record the interview. He's actually beat Damian Brown, the Australian. Next, Ross Pearson, Chad Laprise. Let's say Ross Pearson takes this one after his disappointing loss to Francisco Trinaldo. Fortunately, not going to happen, in my opinion. I think Chad Laprise is going to take a decision, not too exciting, but will get the job done. After that, Viscardi Andrade and Rich Walsh fight. Again, close fight, should be exciting, but I expect Viscardi Andrade to get the job done. Next, the first women's fight of the night. Leslie Smith versus Rin Nakai. Just looking at Rin Nakai's her photo, on the UFC website. She's a peculiar character, isn't she? She's done all sorts of things outside of MMA, which we'll not speak about. Leslie Smith. I kind of think this fight can go for Leslie Smith, but who knows? I mean, Rin Nakai is tough. When she won Misha Tate, first loss in a UFC debut, Misha Tate landed some hard punches, knees, kicks, and she just kept plotting forward. Not the most talented fighter, but now there's Leslie Smith. Leslie Smith's known to brawl a little bit, so be interested to see that one. After this, Eddie. Dan Hooker versus Makhachev. And I remember watching Makhachev's first UFC fight, and I was very, very excited because he looked looked like a very exciting, extremely talented kid, and it was fun. It just went as fun as I expected it to be. I think Dan Hooker's going to get it done. I think the New Zealander just decision not to entertain him, but I think get it done. Then Brendan O'Reilly and Anjaban should cruise to this one. Then on to the main card, women's fight again, Beth Rawlings and Seo Hee Ham. Rowdy Beth should get this done. I hope she gets done. I like Beth Rawlings. Then after this, Steve Bosse is back. What I think last time out, absolutely starched by Thiago Santos. Head kick, put him out cold. He's fighting James Hoon, who's also returning. He's he's been out for quite a while, so hopefully he can get the job done. Interesting to see though. I think Turner will knock him out. I just don't think Steve Bossay's chin will be the same after that kick. Then Daniel Kelly versus Antonio Carlos Jr. Again, Antonio Carlos Jr.'s got to get this done, surely. After that, Jake Matthews and Johnny Case, the Celtic Kid versus Hollywood. Interesting one, but I think the prospect gets it done. I think Jake Matthews gets it done. Then the coming event, Hector Lombard, Neil Magny. I just kind of think Neil Magny's going to be too long for him. 9-inch reach advantage he's got. And a 7-inch leg reach advantage. So Hector Lombard could be in for a very, very frustrating night. Then in the main event, Mark Hunt, Frank Mir, should be fun. Hopefully it'll be exciting, and I think Mark Hunt gets it done with a fairly early KO. Now let's so Dean Garnett should be on anytime soon. I've just got in touch with him. He's close, don't worry. Right. Dean Garnett, obviously, just pretty not too long ago, just opened up his own gym. He that's called Aspire. With a few other guys, he not sure how long ago that was actually, but a few other guys, including Danny Roberts, who may be on later today, haven't been. He hasn't answered me for a while, so I'm not sure what. Maybe on later today. I can't. I'm trying to think who else opened it, but I'm not sure honestly. Obviously, Brian Creighton fights out of that gym. It's not. I don't think he's full time in that. I don't. Oh yeah, no, Brian Creighton is yeah. I was thinking about Alan Philpott, but so Dean is just coming on now. A few more minutes and he'll be on. I think I'm really, really, really hoping this is not a boring. I can just see this being 5 rounds of Frank Mir laying on Mark Hunt, but honestly, I think if it stays standing, Mark Hunt's gonna knock him out. If it goes to ground, Frank Mir will submit him pretty quickly. Pardon me. Hopefully we see the good old Hunt, the Mark Hunt of UFC Australia last time out or the time before in the main event with that incredible slugfest with Bigfoot Silver, which unfortunately got turned into a no contest due to Antonio Silva failing a drug test, so that's not good. But hey, what can you do? Right, there we go. Where's Dean?
How's it going, mate?
Alright, mate, how are you?
I'm good, not too bad. How are you getting on with your
Right.
podcast so far?
Yeah, it's good. Just went through a few of the cards. So let's get right into it. Your new gym, Aspire, opened it pretty recently.
Yeah.
It's not just you run that. Who actually runs it? With you? I know Danny Roberts is obviously in there. Who runs it?
Okay, so the main two coaches is probably myself and Aaron Robinson. Aaron's due to turn pro soon. He does a lot of coaching. Both of us have been coaching for a long time. We get support off a few other people as well. Obviously, Danny Roberts when he's here. Mo, our wrestling coach, who we've trained with for over 5 years at Next Gen, and he's still working with us as well. So yeah, we've got another guy as well, Phil Mottram, who helps us out a lot with the management and the operations. So we've got a good team. So it's doing pretty well.
Why did what give you the idea to kind of open your own gym in the first place? Because you're relatively new in your MMA career anyway. So why now?
I don't agree. I'm relatively new, so this is my 9th year training now. I've got a degree in sports coaching. Obviously, I've been a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu purple belt for over 5 years nearly. Got some boxing ABA qualifications. I've been coaching for over 5 years. So I'm probably not that new, to be honest. And when I started MMA at 18, I knew then that I wanted to open my own academy one day. Although I envisioned that being in Australia at a later date, but just through circumstances and us not being happy at the time, we felt like it felt like the right thing to do, and probably I couldn't be happier that we did it, to be honest.
Anything how long? Anything that surprised you? Kind of open your own gym? Anything that you didn't expect? Anything surprising?
I wouldn't say there was anything surprising. Um, I knew it was going to be hard work. I knew it was going to take a lot of hours, and obviously I've stepped back from fighting for the time being, so I can get this off the ground. But we've got I've got a large facility, so we've got Aspire Combat Sports, which is a nice big gym. We've got a paleo cafe. We've got a large strength conditioning facility, which is over 3,000 square foot itself. We've got another project in the pipeline, which is going to be one of a kind. It's going to be the first of its kind, and that's going to be a social enterprise, which is going to be set up to help fund the training of young up and coming fighters like Adam Robinson and Sheldon Reed and Becky Ainscoe and TJ Nelson. There's a handful that I'm talking about here, a large group of them. So we've been working with sports performance psychologists, a nutritionist in Ben Crichton, just getting a physiotherapist onto the books now. Phil Mottam's going to support the fighters with the management and the marketing. Chris Sorber's been giving me a bit of a touch as well, getting people fights. So there's a lot of different people coming together, in this centre and all pushing in the same direction.
You mentioned earlier that it was kind of a last minute decision to start the gym. You wanted to start it in Australia, and because of circumstances, you started it. How
Yeah.
long did it actually take to start? From the ground up. How long did it take?
Well, we were looking for the place for a couple of months. We then found a suitable venue. We completely understated the amount of work that was going to need and the cost, but here we are. It's all done now. It looks amazing. We overspent, but we managed to get all the funding that we needed, and so it's took us. Well, I think we're 9 months in now, and we've got nearly 100 members in Aspire. Our kids classes are probably the busiest kids classes in the city. So there's definitely some things that are going well. One or two things that we want to improve on. We are running the fight team as a separate project. For me, a fight team and a gym or an academy have two totally different needs. So if you're a fighter, you need all these other things like sports performance psychologists, physiotherapists, nutritionists. If you're just someone joining an academy, you have a different set of needs. So for me, one of the best things and one of the things that's going to be most fruitful is dividing these two things and making sure that they're not merged, because they don't always complement each other in the way they should. So I think that's going to be a big thing for us as well.
Now, you've obviously cornered fighters, before you open your own gym, corner fighters at Next Gen. How different is it kind of being like the lead role in the corner? How different is it to fighting yourself?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm just the lead role in the corner. So Liverpool Valley Judo is a gym that we're working closely with. And again, we run a joint fight team, so we support each other. But the students there are my students, and the students here are Phil Turner's students. So I feel like I've got some good support there. I'm basically sharing the load and sharing the responsibility. I don't think I'd be able to do this solely on my own if I didn't have that support. I wouldn't be able to keep up my fighting, run the academy, get the fighters to the cage if I didn't have the people like I've been talking about who are supporting me to do all this.
Is it more because pretty much everybody that I've spoke to, they kind of prefer to be fighting themselves than to cornering other people, because when they're in there, they can do what they want to do, but people don't always do what you tell them to do. Would you rather corner somebody, or would you rather be in the cage yourself?
No, I'd much rather be in the cage fighting myself, but I do enjoy cornering. It's obviously a little bit stressful, but fighting yourself's always going to be more enjoyable. The difference is obviously when you fight yourself, the weight cut and the week leading up to the fight's not pretty. Whereas if it's other guys having to go through that, then that's a lot better for you. But no, I'd definitely rather be in there than sitting on the sidelines corner. But I do enjoy both.
You've been, yeah. So you've been out since August now, 2014, I believe. Hey, what's going on there? Is your fan career kind of on hold? When are you looking to get back in?
No, so was August 14th when I fought Martin Sheridan. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so since then I've had 3 fights. Chris Sorber's been helping me since I parted ways with Intensity and Cage Warriors. So the 3 fights I've had since then, I've been on KT MMA, which was an exciting format. I don't know if you've seen the fights, but the first fight I had, I got a knockout in the first round. So quickly, actually, just I'll tell you how these shows work. The first round is professional Muay Thai rules. Then in the in the break, you change over to MMA gloves, where it's the global unified rules, which is the knees and stomps on the head on the ground. So since August, I've had 3 fights. 1 was a knockout and 2 were heel hooks. So I'm still active. I've been working on the areas in my game that people think are weaker, which is me striking. And again, I've kept up that consistently finishing opponents quite quickly as well. So that knockout only took me a couple of minutes, and the heel hooks both came early in the round where submissions were allowed. So as far as I'm concerned, my last 5 fights have been finished in the first round. All on average inside 2 minutes. So it's not on hold, and I've got something in the pipeline on a big show, a bigger show than I've fought on before. That's in July. Obviously, I can't announce none of that yet or release any details yet, but it's pretty much all signed, sealed, and delivered nearly.
Is that a UK MMA show?
It's an international show that's coming to the UK, but obviously I can't give any more details than that. I've already got my opponent, which is a really high-level opponent for me. This fight's one of the biggest fights you can make in the bantamweight division outside the UFC in Europe. So there's stuff. I've got stuff in the pipeline, and like I say, I'm 7-0 in professional MMA. I've had the 3 KT MMA wins, so I feel like I'm 10-0 pro. I feel like I've been dominant in the fights I've had. I've lost 1 round out of them 10 fights, and I've finished 8 of them convincingly. So and the other one that I didn't finish, when I watched that back, there was a great opportunity to finish that in the first round, and I never. So I should really be rolling around on a 90% finish rate with a 100% win rate as well. But you can't finish them all.
Other than, I think, is it, without kind of belittling the other fighters, one of the biggest guys in the gym is Brian Creighton. He's a very well known throughout the UK MMA scene. Who are other than Brian, who are the biggest guys to watch out for in Aspire?
Well, I'd say Brian's not actually at Aspire; he's at LVT. So in the joint fight team, we're gonna in the next few month or 2, we're gonna release a new name for the fight team, which will be Fifth Dimension probably, and that's gonna be what we're gonna call this team that functions between these 2 facilities. There's a group of guys there. So you've got Brian Crichton, you've got Michael Gerard. They're obviously 2 professional flyweights. We've got Aaron Robinson, who's about to turn pro. We've got another guy, Sheldon Reed, who's only 1-0 amateur, but is absolutely mixing it up with those guys, and we're really excited about getting him out. He's got 2 fights booked. So has Aaron. Aaron's got his 2 first pro fights booked. So I think we can get Sheldon into the pro ranks early next year. So we are growing the pros within the team. We've got a few other young, exciting prospects like Liam McCracken, Scott Johnson, Paul Evans. You know, there's a good bunch there. We do have Danny Roberts about for extended periods as well. So there's a few to look out for that you're going to be seeing. Becky Ainscoe's another one. You know, I'm looking forward to getting her back in the cage. She's been out the MMA game for a bit, working on her boxing with my own boxing coach Danny Widow at No Limit. So, you know, she's certainly got some sharp hands in terms of the women's division in the UK. So there's a few exciting young prospects that we've got lined up.
Now, Danny Roberts moved to. It's not, you know, kind of permanent, but he's there a lot of the time.
Yep.
Moved to Florida to train with the Blackzilians. He's obviously in the UFC now. Is that, you know, say if you get signed for the UFC in a few years, are you gonna? Is there any chance of you moving out? And if so, what happens with the gym? You know,
no. So to be honest, I see myself signing with the organisation that long, a lot sooner than a few years. Like I say, I'm in my 9th year now. I've already got a big fight coming up, and I've had 10 professional wins. So I think that's quite sooner. That's a lot sooner than 3 years, in my opinion. I've already been over to the Blackzilians for nearly a month. I'll be going over for this Bellator fight. Sorry, for this fight that I've got lined up.
I knew it was Bellator. I knew it.
Fucked up there, but forget that anyway, right? So anyway, I'll be going back over at some point. In terms of the academy we've got here, we're looking to get an affiliation going with H Kickboxing through Henry Hooft. So, you know, there's a connection to be had there. When I go over there, there's obviously a lot of good guys to spar. They're a great team. In terms of me ever moving out there, I don't think that's ever going to happen. I don't feel like I need to. You know, I'm happy with the way things are going here. We're developing things in the way that I want it to be going. So I think I'm getting the best of both worlds eventually. So I am going to go out there and mix it up with some of their guys and coaches, and we are looking to bring some of that back here through the affiliation with Henry once we get that off the ground. But again, that's still a couple of months from being a reality. But it you know, all these things at some point they're going to come together.
All right, Dean. Thanks for your time. A little slip up there that way I meant to happen, but
yeah.
You know, thanks for your time. Good luck at Bellator.
Yeah,
and I'll start afterwards.
I never said that. That was never said that.
This is live, mate. This is live. I will not mention it again.
No, nice one, mate. Thank you.
All right, thanks, mate. See ya.
Appreciate it. Bye bye.
Thanks. Oh no. Dean Garnett. That was not meant to happen. I kind of knew that I heard Bellator come to the UK, but I weren't fully sure when it was. So when he said it's an international organisation, I was kind of like, you know, what's going on? But Dean Garnett's fighting at Bellator. Good for him. You know, Dean works hard. Likes his heel hooks. Right. Next up, we have I'll mention that one. So next is Paddy Pimblett. He's due to come on in about 5 minutes at 2:10. Do you know what? I must say I'm kind of surprised that Dean's fighting at Bellator, but not because Dean's not. You know, Dean could he's very, very good. But I didn't expect Bellator to kind of come over and pick up the UK talent pool. That's good though. That'll get some very, very good recognition. You know what? That's we're 2 episodes in. This is the second episode, and we have our first slip up. Dean Garnett. I mean, I want to stop. I told him I wouldn't mention it. Let's stop mentioning it. Let's stop talking about it. Hopefully, he doesn't get in too much trouble for that. Hopefully not. So as I mentioned, Paddy Pimblett is next on at 2:10 in just about 4 minutes. And then after that, we have Mark Godbeer at 2:40. Diego Barbosa joins us at 3 p.m. Randy Brown, obviously, what's it called? Looking for a fight. Discovered on the one on the UFC. He comes on at 3:30. At 4 p.m., we are possibly joined by Darren Till. If not, Danny Roberts is on at 4:30, and then Mike Jackson comes on at 5 p.m. to close out the shoulders. But, 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 up next is Paddy Pimblett, who Paddy Pimblett, who's due to fight Ashley Grimshaw at Cage Warriors. I believe it's the main event. I don't think they've confirmed that yet, but I believe it is. Let's get Paddy on. Right, let's go. Let's hit him up. So, as I said, Paddy Pimblett's fighting on the Cage Warriors 75 return card. He's fighting Ashley Grimshaw. First fight since June of 2015. And Paddy looks very, very motivated to be fighting. Working very hard already. Should be on very, very soon. This has been a good episode. We've had one guest. Okay. Again, troubles of doing a live show. People, things not working for people. Right. Must be very, very tough for a fighter to keep a secret that big, because Paddy's one of the most well-known names in UK MMA, and for a very, very long time, for a good few months, people have been pestering him, asking him, "Are you financially getting shown in the main event? Is this fight happening? This fight happening?" And it's one of the things I've kind of known. He's fighting for a long time, but I must say he's I mean, I was Chris Fishgold was fighting on an ISFC event not too long ago, ISFC 11, and I asked a few times, I asked Paul, I asked Paddy, and it it come off. It seemed to me that they were, when somebody says no and tries to lie, but you kind of know, it weren't like that. It seemed to me like they were dead serious that they were not fighting, and I was kind of like, what? Have I been misinformed? Because right. So I was just saying, it seemed to me, I asked Paul Rimmer a few times, I asked Paddy, I asked Chris Fishgold a few times, and I went asking, to kind of tell everybody, because I wouldn't do that, but I really wanted to know. And going home, like, when I was on my way home, I was thinking, he's not fighting at Cage Warriors, and he obviously was, but it was they done a very, very good. They done a very, very good job. That's for you, JJ. Done a very good job of hardening. Let's just get Paddy in. Okay, so what I need to do. I assure you, Paddy will be on very, very soon. But there's not a clue what's happening. He's trying to get on. He's trying his best, but it's just not. It's not happening for him. It's not working. So let me just change. Hopefully this works. If not, we'll have to get him on the phone. Wow. This is a nightmare. But we haven't. There we go. Paddy Pimblett finally is in. Paddy, thanks for joining us. Can you hear me? You hear me, mate?
Hello,
Hello.
what's happening, fella?
What's happening? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Some
Right.
technical difficulties there.
Yeah, it's all worth it. Right, let's get straight into it. So you've been out since I believe June 2015. Why, was the injuries? Why have you been out and what have you been doing?
Yeah, like I had a little injury. It was a reoccurring thing. It happened a few weeks before I was meant to fight Teddy Violet, and then it happened again. So I couldn't really fight before the end of the year. And I've tried to get a fight earlier this year, but this Cage Warriors was the next best thing to get on. So I'm just glad I've got a fight on a big show and I can just get out there again, finally have a fight.
Yeah. So you've obviously the fans have known about the show, your fight on Cage Warriors for a few weeks now. How long have you known about the show? How long did you know you were fighting actually before it was announced?
Don't even know, about 2 weeks or something like that.
Is it kind of frustrating to you to not to kind of have that and not be able to release it?
Yeah, obviously, when you're speaking to people and that, you want to be able to tell them who you're fighting, but you can't. It's just one of them things that we've just got to crack on with in this sport.
Yeah. So, how's leading up to the fight? How's training going so far? I know you're excited to get back in. How's training going?
Sound, everything's going great. You know what I mean? Just doing what I always do. Not really doing much different. Loads of cardio, loads of striking, loads of wrestling, jiu-jitsu, obviously. Just what we normally do. Not doing nothing specific for Ashley Grimshaw. Not going to go out my way. Don't need to.
Yeah. Is that you're known for your jiu-jitsu? Are you trying to prove? Are you trying to show people that you've got striking too?
Yeah, doesn't matter where the fight goes with me. I don't care. If you can strike with me, you can wrestle with me, and you can grapple with me. But anyone that ever does one thing with me, they always want to change it. If you strike with me, they always try and take me down. If you wrestle with me, you always want to try and stifle it with jits. When you do jits with me, I'll sub you. Just one of them
Yeah.
things.
What do you know about Ashley? He's obviously fought some high level competition. What do you know and what are you expecting?
I know he's a veteran. Like, he's fought a lot of good people in UK MMA, but he's come off on the wrong end of a few decisions and stuff like that. His record doesn't really give him justice, 16-9. But I know that no matter what training he does, no matter what happens, come fight night, he hasn't got a chance.
Yeah. Obviously this is the only kind of thing we know about now, the fight of Cage Warriors. Anything planned after that, or are you just concentrating on this fight solely?
Yeah, just take one step at a time, and I'll have this fight, win this convincingly in the first round, and then we'll see what happens from there. Hopefully, get a contract offer off the UFC, but you never know, do you? If not,
Yeah.
fight on Cage Warriors, win a belt, be nice.
Have you had any contact with the UFC at all yet?
I don't know, not that I know of. If they were going to get in touch with anyone, it'd be Intensity, me management. So we'll see what happens. And hopefully I'm next anyway. They should know. They should know by now. They should have. They know who's going to be bringing people in.
Yeah. You're known not only for your excellent fighting skills, but to talk a lot before you fight. Firstly, is that something you kind of, obviously it comes natural to you, but do you think that helps you win a fight mentally before the fight? Do you think that opponents would end the fight differently if you didn't talk so much?
I don't know. It just depends if they're weak-minded or not, doesn't it? Depends how mentally strong you are. Because I know I'm mentally strong. It doesn't matter who you put me in there with. I know I'm going to come out as the winner. It's just one of them things. Like, some people let it get in their head, some people don't. I don't, but I don't do it for that reason. I don't do it to please anyone either. I do it because that's me. I'm not putting on no show for no one. I'm me, and it's as simple as that. I'm never going to change.
The people, when people speak about you, a lot of the time you get compared to Conor McGregor. Conor lost at UFC 196. Obviously, you've only lost one fight. Did your mindset change at all? Did anything you did mentally change after that fight?
Nah, I don't concern myself with that, to be honest. It's McGregor, innit? It's his own little world. He can do what he wants. I called it though. Said he has it something. So it's one of them things. Just give you the blueprint on how to beat McGregor. Just don't quit. Don't quit. Make him quit, because he will. He'll roll over and give you his neck so he's not getting punched and tapped like a little bitch.
Is that you obviously went out cold in when you were submitted? Is that something that you pride yourself in? Would you kind of never tap out to a submission?
Wouldn't tap to a choke, like.
Yeah,
I think every millisecond I'd be fighting to get the hand off my neck.
Yeah,
I
think that's a valid
roll
point.
over and then have my hand there like that and then tap 2 seconds later. No, you've already quit. Just tap and you stick your hand out, lad.
Yeah, I think you bring up a point. You wouldn't tap to a choke. I think that's a kind of, because if you're not tapping to a joint lock, a leg lock, an arm lock, you're gonna be in some serious trouble. But going out cold isn't it's probably not going to
Exactly,
endanger you.
like if someone's got you in an arm bar or a knee bar or a heel hook, they snap, shit pops. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're out for a year and stuff like that. With a choke, you wake up 10 seconds later like, oh, no way. You get on with it.
Yeah.
It's life.
How quickly, after this fight, how quickly are you looking to get back in there?
Hopefully soon as. If I can come out, well, I know I'm going to come out of this fight injury free, but we'll just see what happens. Hopefully I can keep my weight down, and you never know. Hopefully I can get a fight within the next 6 weeks after it. Featherweight or lightweight. I don't mind about weight.
How much you cut to get down to featherweight?
I don't even know from the start because I've come out of Christmas, haven't I? So I've had a bit of weight to lose. I've got all chocolate and that's still inside me. Need to get it out.
Is Bama have got a show in May? Is your contract with Cage Warriors an exclusive one, or would you be allowed to fight at Bama?
I just stick with Cage Warriors. They've got good enough caliber fighters anyway. I don't need to switch over to Bama. All the best fighters are at Cage Warriors. All the ones that jump ship to Bama will be gutted pretty soon. So we'll see what happens.
I know, we haven't heard nothing, but we just heard that Bama Cage Warriors have bought or made with Pain Pits, so it's going to be a Cage Warriors Wales now. So any future events you've heard about that maybe the public hasn't?
No, I haven't heard nothing like that, to be honest. Like I just concern myself on myself and my teammates. That's it.
Yeah. So going into the fight, what do you expect Ashley to bring in?
I can just see him coming out and swinging overhands and hooks. I can see me dodging him like Dominic Cruz and pinging him. That's what I can see. I can see it already. I can see him with like 2 punches and I've landed 12.
Well, I look forward to seeing that. Before we let you go, is the any message you've got for Ashley?
Nah, it's on him, innit? If he wants to say something about me, he'll regret it. So, Ashley, it's on you, lad. Want to make it personal? You'll get your ass terrorised for weeks leading up to getting your ass kicked.
And anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, all my sponsors. Scramble, obviously supplying me with all my kits. Got a t-shirt on now. Rasper, little Eminari fella. Judges Demand, a sponsor what's helping me cover me safe MMA, which is a burden for us MMA fighters. And Muscle Line, me supplement sponsor, who've been giving me all supplements and proteins and helping me out a lot. Know what I mean? Without them, I wouldn't be getting through this fight camp so easily. And then obviously my head coach, Paul Rimmer, and all my teammates, who were all fighting not long after me, all going to be getting W's as well. And then my family, obviously, for putting up with me and my dad, because he's my personal chef. Can't not say nice one to Mark Pimblett. Got to give him a shout out there.
All right, Paddy. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to training. And hopefully I'll speak to you after Cage Warriors.
Cool. Hopefully see you before then, John.
Yeah. See you later, mate.
See you after.
That was fun. Paddy Pimblett, Cage Warriors 75 on April 15th. Next, in around 10 minutes, we have the Bama heavyweight champion, a man who recently fought in a boxing fight. Would you believe that? A traitor? No, we have Mark Godbeer, who's scheduled to fight Stuart Austin next. Five. So a lot of people have been asking me about this. Mark, after he pulled out of the Risen tournament, Brett McDermott obviously replaced him for King Mo, was knocked out. But Mark fought in his last fight for Paul Taylor at 21. Then he was supposed to fight at Risen. Pulled out, and after that, he was in. He went in a good place. He decided to retire from mixed martial arts. He weren't getting paid enough. The injuries were too much. he weren't making a living, things like that. But he was tempted back. I'm not sure if it was just Bama offering him more money. I'm not sure if he just needed a bit of time off. He was tempted back, and but he's back, right? He is. Mark Godbeer Jr. in around 10 minutes, so that should be fun. Fighting Stuart Austin. Stuart Austin obviously coming off a win over Tom Denham. Prior to that, he stopped Tom Aspinall at Bama 21. He's coming off a win over Tom Denham. He's the Bama Lonsdale heavyweight champion. There was a lot of confusion going into that one. I can't even remember what exactly happened. Paul Taylor pulled out. Somebody else pulled out. Everything happened, and it ends up being Stuart Austin versus Tom Denham for the Lonsdale heavyweight belt. Fun fight while it lasted. With Stuart Austin obviously getting the victory. Excited to speak to Mark Godbeer. You know, he's in a good place at the moment. I heard he posted on Facebook not so long ago. He had fluid in his elbow, so that's a little bit worrying. But he said, you know, he's just needs a few days off and it should be completely fine. So look forward to speaking to him in just under 10 minutes. So after Mark, we have Diego Barbosa. He comes on at 3. Then an hour later at 4, Darren comes in. He's 1-0-1 with the UFC. 1 win, 1 draw. Obviously stopped. Was it something Oliveira? He stopped, and then he fought Nicholas Dalby. Was when the fight popped something in his arm or his shoulder. Ended up being a back and forth fight with Dalby getting the best of the later round, and ended up being a draw. That was one fun fight. So, on the subject of MMA, as we're here, so Nick Bolden, sure you know, owner of MMA Junior, he attended the Prestige FC 2 this past weekend, and got a few interviews. I haven't looked at them yet, but I assume they're good. Hopefully they're good. I think the biggest upset there was Kurt Sutton losing in was it the main event? I think it was the main event. Or co-main event. Unsure. But, you know, I'm pretty sure everybody that pays attention to that event was expecting Kurt Sutton to get the job done. Unfortunately for Kurt Sutton fans, didn't. And he was submitted in the third round, I believe, with an armbar. I think it was an armbar. Donald Cerrone and Anthony Pettis. I think they're in Thailand. Are they in Thailand? I believe they're both in Thailand. They're getting along, apparently. They are our buddies. About the time we got the hand of Mark Godbeer. Get Mark Godbeer. As mentioned, Mark's fighting at Bama 25. I believe it's a for both titles. I'm not sure. Winner takes all. Ronda Rousey came out not too long ago, and apparently there is only one fight she will not be using on EA Sports UFC 2, which comes to my house, which is delivered at my in 2 days. I'm excited. It is the man of the moment. We have Mark Godbeer. Mark, thanks for first off, thanks for joining us. So, can you hear us all right?
Yeah, I can, mate. You may have to speak a little bit louder. I'm struggling to hear you a bit here. So sorry, I'm outdoors at the moment.
Don't worry about it. So, you know, recently you fought. You had a boxing fight. You won a third round TKO. Was that professional?
It was under the white collar rules, but it was it wasn't the 16-ounce gloves and that. It was the professional rule set as in 10-ounce gloves and stuff. It was more whilst my contracts were being sorted and that. I just wanted to be kept active, really. So someone offered me a fight locally, and I just I just jumped in and done it. Yeah.
Yeah. What was that like? You know, walk us through the whole experience. What was it like?
Yeah, it was good. It was to be honest with you, I was probably more nervous on a smaller local show than what was a bigger show, because obviously I'm a lot more well known in my local area, and it was almost like people expected me to win, so it just added that extra pressure, But yeah, I enjoyed the whole experience. It was definitely the boxing game's completely different from MMA, with your stances and just a complete different game altogether, really, So and it was nice to let my hands go without the worrying about being taken down as well. So that was good.
Yeah. So back to MMA. After you scheduled to fight at Risen, you pulled out, and then you announced your retirement. Now you return. Why are you back? Just tell us why you decided to retire in the first place and why you're back now.
Yeah, so basically the retirement came. It was more financial difficulties more than anything, I just, I basically put all my eggs in one basket, and I really went for the big time with the MMA, and it just got to the point where I've got family and kids and stuff, and I got to the point where I was just flat broke. I was just really flat broke, and Christmas coming up, everything coming up. I had no money for the kids' presents, no money for this, no money for that, and I was just under a huge amount of pressure, and something had to give. And unfortunately, at the time, I gave up, and then I had to sort of go back to work, get my Christmas sorted, get my kids sorted. At the end of the day, I'm doing all of this trying to better my family's future, but at the time, I had nothing left to give my family, so I had to choose one or the other,
Without being too, without giving away too much, is the new contract with Bama kind of better than the old one?
Yeah, this is one thing I would like to say is Bama, they rang me and they just said, look, Mark, what's your problems? What's this? What's that? And I explained it. I put everything on the cards, on the table. I put all my cards on the table, so to speak. I told them my situations, my problems, and I really respect Bama because they stood up to the mark. They said, look, we don't want to lose you as our heavyweight champion. We understand where you're coming from. We understand you have kids and that to support. So they writ up new contracts, sponsorship deals being made, through them and my manager, and it's feasibly possible now for me to support my family and pay my bills and to be able to take the time off to be able to fight now. So yeah, big up to them for stepping up to the mark. And I was really happy because it made me feel like it made me feel like I was somebody for them. I wasn't just a number. So I big ups to them for doing that.
So you're obviously fighting Stuart Austin at Bama 25. What do you expect? What do you think the fight? What do you expect Stuart to bring?
Okay, so I don't know. I think it's public knowledge now, but basically, me and Stu was training partners for a long time. I was training with Trojan Free Fighters at the time for a good 3 years, and Stu was my main. We were the only two heavyweights there, so me and him were basically battling it out on a daily basis. I know exactly what Stu's got. He knows what I've got. He knows my weaknesses. I know his weaknesses, and vice versa with strengths, and I know his strengths. But we have been away from each other a long time now, and I know he's training, with the likes of I think is it Jake Boschwick and stuff in London, and amongst other big names and stuff. So I definitely would have expected him to improve because I believe I've improved a lot as well. So yeah, I'm just training for an all-round game. I know he's got a good ground game. I know he's a good judoka. He's a good wrestler, and his stand-up seems to improve. He took out Tom Denham with I believe was it was it a right hook or a left hook? But either way, I know he took him out on his feet, I believe, and. So I'm just training for an all-round game. I'm not taking him lightly. I know he's an athlete. He's not out of shape. He's a good shaped heavyweight. He's an athletic heavyweight. He's good at going the distance and he's good at grinding fights out. So let's see what it's going to be. I think it's going to be a good one as well because me and him's got that mutual respect. I expect a lot of people's thinking, are we going to be backing off from each other, because of the mutual respect and all that. But this isn't going to be the case at all, especially from my end. At the end of the day, I have to put friendship aside because you know, this is my belt, and he's coming to get it. So as far as I'm concerned, at the moment, he's just someone in the way of stopping me from achieving my goals, and so I'm taking him seriously, you know.
Yeah, so you've been out since BAMMA 21, where you fought Paul Taylor and dominated that fight. Is there any concern for you that there's going to be a little bit of ring rust?
A bit of ring rust? Oh no, not at all. No, like that. This is exactly why I took that. I took a smaller fight. It was against an experienced fighter. I fought a guy called Romelio da Silva. He's like a 30 fight stand-up veteran, between boxing and kickboxing. So it wasn't like I just went in there and took a fight against a guy that was nobody. This guy's like on the local stand-up scene. He's a good guy. So ring rust to me is more so, dealing with your nerves and stuff like that, So this is why I took that fight whilst my contracts were being sorted, just so I did get the time in, and the ring rust wouldn't be a factor, So no, there ain't going to be no ring rust, buddy, not at all. I felt good in my boxing fight, so I like to think I'm an experienced pro now. I know what it's like to be in there. I know what I've got to do. So definitely not going to be a factor.
Yeah, how much leading into a fight? How much do you review footage of your opponent? Do you kind of make sure you know what they're going to do?
Okay, so in my early stages of my career, I used to look into it too much. Always, what about this? What about that? What about that? But one thing I've learned now is I've got my own game, and I stick to my own game. People know what I'm about. Everyone. You look at all of these top fighters. Just say in all these top organizations, they've all got their own styles, their own game. So I'm just sticking to my own game and just going from there. Stu knows what I'm about. I know what Stu's about. Let's see where we end up with it.
So you fought for Bellator before, of course, and they're coming to the UK in July. Any, have you been in contact yet? Any plan to fight on that show?
Okay, so basically I'm under contract not with Bellator, but I'm under contract. So you know how it goes with contracts. I can't really say much about this and that, but it would be nice to be on the card, yeah.
Well, that gives us a little hint. They've obviously been fishing for quite a lot of UK talent to spice that show up a little bit. What can we expect from Mark Godbeer at BAMMA 25?
The same as what you always expect. I'll be looking for the finish. I'm always looking for the finish. But I think my last couple of fights has showed that I'm maturing as a fighter now. I'm not just rushing for the finish. I'm not just rushing. What's on there, Reg? Right? Yeah, I'm in a local park and I got people walking by. So, yeah, I'm not just rushing for the finish. I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna be calm. I'm gonna be collective. I'm gonna pick my shots, pick my openings, and just expect to see a good, explosive, technical fight. And I'm working on new tools, adding new tools to my arsenal. I've even though I've sort of, you say, ring rust be going to be a factor in that, but I've had time to, without the pressure of having a fight, I've had time to start learning new things and stuff. So yeah, let's see how it goes. I think you're going to see a few new things that you haven't seen from me before, and I'm looking forward to showing the people.
So obviously, when you decided to call it quits with the sport of MMA, your man must have been in a really bad place. Injuries, money, things like that. Where's your mind at right now? How's your mindset?
My mindset's great now. I think any fighter knows, at this sort of level, it's hard, you know, because you're on the brink of making something big, and I think it's the same as any sport. When you're on the brink of making something big, it's normally the worst part of your career, because you're not quite there yet, but also you have to be training constantly. You have to be taking the time off the work to achieve these sort of goals, and so the biggest factor of it at this point of your career is the financial backing. But like I said, Bama's really stepped up to the mark. That we've discussed things. They've renegotiated contracts, and I've had some good. Well, I'm in talks now with some really good sponsors. It's pretty much you know, it's still being finalised, so I can't really give them shouts just yet. But once it gets finalised, I will give them shouts. But the sponsors I'm in talks with are basically going to be funding, you know, my fighting camps and stuff. And so yeah, my head is in a good place at the moment. Everything seems to be falling into place again, you know. It was just
Yeah,
Christmas
so
with the kids and stuff that killed me, you know. Imagine, you know, me being a dad, waking up Christmas Day and not being able to provide Christmas presents for my 3 girls. You know, that's what it was. Just a hard decision that I had to make, and unfortunately, at the time, my girls and stuff had to come first. So that's how
yeah.
it is.
How hard is that to manage 3 children as well as train on a daily basis?
It can be hard. I'm currently separated from my ex-partner, you know. So which in all fairness makes it harder again, because all my spare time when I'm training for fights is, you know, I'm fight training. So it's almost like sometimes I don't get to spend as much time as I like to be around them, because you know, my last 2 camps I've done over in Thailand, which I think's really improved my game. You can tell by my last 2 fights that you know, the standard of my fights now are a lot different than what they was, and I believe that was through going over to Thailand and training with you know, bigger guys, and getting the right training and the right nutrition and stuff in, you know. So but I think in the back of my mind it's hard, but I'm doing it for an end goal. So if I have to sacrifice a few things for a better future, then I'm going to do it, you know. So that's where my head's at with it. You know, sometimes you have to sacrifice things in life to better things in life.
Yeah, so you said earlier that there's a few sponsors that you're very close to signing with, but other than them, anybody you'd like to thank or give a shout out to?
Yeah, obviously at the moment I like to thank my manager, James Lake. He's really stepped up to the mark. He's you know, he knew the situation I was in and that, and he's gone out of his way to get things sorted. And I'd also like to thank Bama at the moment, you know, for bearing with me basically on my ups and my downs, and stepping up to the mark. And so hopefully, you know, I give them something back by, you know, good shows, good fights, and also all the fans have stuck by me as well. You know, I've had a lot of personal messages off of guys I don't even really know or seen and stuff, just saying, you know, just wishing me well, and they're glad that I'm still fighting and stuff like that, you know. But like I said, sponsorship wise, at the moment nothing signed in paper or anything, so I'm reluctant to give out names just yet. Once things are finalized, contract wise, sponsorship wise and stuff, I'll get names across and so forth. But I'm also open as well. I'm still looking for sponsors and stuff to help me, and so yeah, if there's anyone out there that wants to sponsor my next fight, then yeah, do so. It would be a great help.
Yeah, there you go. Sponsors. Mark Godbeer is looking for you. Mark, you know, hopefully you get the job done at Bama. I'll definitely speak to you afterwards. Bama 25 set to be a phenomenal show, and And good luck. Thanks for joining me.
I beg, sorry, mate, I didn't get that last bit.
I just said thanks for joining me and good luck.
Yeah, thanks very much, mate. Nice to see you anyway. I say in person, but see your face and that now anyway. So, all right, dude.
Thanks, mate. Bye.
Cheers, buddy. Bye-bye.
Well, there it is, Mark Godbeer. That was fun. Godbeer is in a, I believe that he is in a very, very good place mentally now. He was, I asked to speak to him. I got in touch with him after just a few hours after he actually announced the retirement. And it's fair to say he was not in the best mental place, but it's good to see that he's feeling good. He's good mentally, and he looks good physically too. So hopefully he does make it to Bama 25. Hopefully he puts on an exciting fight. I'm sure he will. Bama 25 is shaping up to be a very, 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 very exciting fight. Bama have just announced 3 more fights. Would you believe? Fight that they announced. Matt Hallam, the guy who was who's supposed to fight Conor Cook at Bama 24. Conor Cook missed weight. The fight was called off. Didn't end up happening. But 3 more bouts added. Matt Hallam, he fights Marcin Prosko. Bad boy. Marcin Prosko is a very, very talented fighter. He's fighting on the same card as his teammate Mark DKC, who's fighting K Musa. That should be very, very fun. So it is the fight that's been out. Matt Hallam faces Marcin Prosko. Mike Grundy is facing Marley Swindles. And Dean Truman faces Hussein, the Turkish snake, Garabet. I'm sure Garabet was supposed to fight anyway, was he? Yeah, he was supposed to fight Reggie Sugden. Reggie pulled out. Now he fights Dean Truman. But next up, Diego Barbosa. I first heard about Diego at Rise of Champions 1, ROC 1, Brad Pickett's event. Went there. It was a phenomenal night. One of the best nights I've actually, one of the best nights I've had in terms of going to MMA events as media. Probably, maybe the best, because it was so chill. It was just, it was amazing. Some phenomenal fights on there as well. Brad Pickett and his team did a really good job of picking some really good fighters. Diego Barbosa, arguably the most impressive fighter on that card, fought Lucas Reilly, and it was incredible. He looked like he could have made it in the UFC on that night. But haven't seen him fight since. He has fought. He's fought at Fusion FC a few times. Last time out, he fought at Fusion FC 19. And of course, got the job done. As usual, Diego Barbosa should be joining us very, very soon. Shall we get Diego Barbosa on? I think we should. I think it's time to get Diego Barbosa on the show. The thing is, I didn't actually get to interview Diego at Raz Champions. I was thinking during the fight, I was thinking okay, this guy, I've got to interview him 100% because he's a real talent. And I went backstage to get, to wait for him to come through to interview him. Brad Pickett walked up to me. In fact, I walked up to Brad Pickett and I said, sorry to bother you, any chance I could get a quick interview? And I expected him to say no because he's so busy and things. And he just said, yeah, sure, go ahead. So I lied, it went a quick interview. It's about 8 minutes long. About 8 minutes long, but, that was one of the best nights of my MMA journalism life, could you say? I don't know. I enjoyed it thoroughly. That was amazing. It was very, very fun. Really, really good. And I can't wait for the second one in July. Rise of Champions 2 in July. I'm not sure of the exact date. I'll have to check that up a little bit later, but I'm excited. He's got a fantastic team going on over there. Brad Pickett, Becky Laverty, the head of PR. They've obviously opened their own PR company now. And, good luck to them. I really like Becky, I really like Brad, I really like everybody that works there. Spoke to some phenomenal guys while I was in the City Pavilion for that. And it was very, very fun. So next up is Diego Barbosa. And then after that, don't forget, Randy Brown's coming on. Diego will be joining us soon. Got nothing but praise for Rise of Champions. Really. No, Dale Jordan hitting me up with some love. Mate, I love the show. Keep it up. Thank you very much. That's fantastic. Hopefully, Diego Barbosa should be on soon. He's just trying to get in now. Right. Ah. But anyway, Diego should be on pretty soon. It seems, yeah. As I mentioned, Diego Barbosa last fought, if I am correct, last fought at Fusion FC 19, and picked up a 12 seconds, 13 seconds flying knee TKO victory. But back on the subject of ROC, love that event, love everybody involved with it. Really one of the best nights. I think that was that the so let me just that was the second event I ever went to, but I'm not fully sure. Okay, here we go. We have him at last. We have Diego Barbosa.
Sorry about that.
No worries, mate. Diego, first off, thanks for coming on. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, man. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Yeah. So you're originally from Brazil. When and why did you make the trip over to England?
My mom lived here before I did, and just seeking a better life. Brazil is pretty a rough place to live in, and my mom thought it would be a good idea to live here. And she moved first, and then after 4 years, she went back and picked us up, and we all came here.
Was you were you training MMA? Were you an MMA fighter before you actually moved over to England?
No, I never thought about it before I moved over. I did a bit of capoeira when I was like 4, and I did it for 3 years, but that was it. I never really thought of being a martial artist until after a long time I was here.
Yeah. So if I'm correct, you made your pro debut recently at Fusion FC 19, and
Yeah.
how different is it? Is it being pro? You know, how different is it fighting pro as opposed to amateur?
Oh man, there was a few different things I felt going into the pro fight. It was a late decision. It was on a Wednesday, and I was meant to fight on a Saturday, so it was very late. So I couldn't there wasn't a build up to it. I didn't have enough time to actually realize I was fighting pro, if you know what I mean. And
Yeah.
so the things I was most worried about was connect, like when a punch connected on me, would I feel the same? Would it be the same as the semi-pro gloves? And the thought of going 5 minutes instead of 3 minutes. The thought of getting elbowed in the face. I mean, that all sounds awesome, but it sounds awesome when you have trying to train for it. When you're finding out about 2 days before, it doesn't seem as great.
Yeah.
It's so fun when you're hitting, when you're elbowing someone, but when it's you getting elbowed, it's a different story. But man, it was just amazing. I just can't wait to get back in there.
Yeah, so that fight was obviously at Fusion FC 19. You fought at Fusion a few times now. You won very, very quickly with a flying knee TKO. What did you expect to finish that fight that quickly? What did you make of it?
I was looking for the flying knee. As it was a late opponent change, they asked me what did I wanna do for this fight, and I said I want to work towards the flying knee, and they said, well, okay, let's get in there and let's hurt him first, and then we're gonna go for the flying knee. Don't just go there and go for the flying knee. And I was like, okay, but we kept practicing it. So in my head, I had the flying knee ready, and I didn't do what they told me, which was hurt him first.
Yeah.
I landed a low kick, and he kind of lifted his leg up to block the kick when I threw the flying knee. But he was I just went through it when you told me not to. Well, I didn't expect it, man. It was on other fights. There was times I could think in the fight. On this fight, I didn't. They came to me like at the end of it, and they were like, "Oh, his leg is bruised from the low kick you landed on him." I was like, "Oh, did I kick him?" It was like I didn't know. It all happened too fast.
Yeah. So a lot of your family and a lot of your relatives are still in Brazil. How difficult is it fighting without them? And a lot of your fights are now streamed on MMA TV, but a lot before that you kind of had no way. They kind of had no way of watching you fight. How difficult is that?
But yeah, very, man, because obviously family is a big part in supporting, and it was just like sad because some of our fights is not even on YouTube, and sometimes my family and my friends, they get too nervous when I'm fighting, so they won't like miss on the fight to record it because obviously it's not the same if you're having to record a fight instead of watching. So none of them would be able to record it, and then my family in Brazil wouldn't be able to watch it. And now with MMA TV around, so it all makes everything perfect because they can watch it, and sometimes watching it on pay-per-view, it's way better than being there live because you can see it clearly.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
How nervous, how are your nerves before a fight? Are you the type of guy that stays calm, or do you get really worked up?
No, I'm the coolest guy ever when it comes to fighting. I'll get nervous like a month away when I'm like, oh, how is my training gonna go, and how am I feeling? And then uh, the night before, I think about it a lot. But on the day, I think everything goes. I don't in my mind, I'm not fighting. I'm just going to a place and I'm gonna chill. And I only get into fight mode when I step in the cage. That's when I look at the guy and like, well, it's serious now.
Yeah. Is you fought at Brad Pickett's debut show, Rise Champions 1. Have you?
Yes.
And that was the first time I really saw you there,
Hmm.
and it was just kind of like you were, in my opinion, the most impressive fighter on that night. Are you trying
Thank you.
to? No worries. It was a phenomenal performance. Have you been in touch with Brad? Are you trying to get back on to the second show in July? Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, I had an offer, but unfortunately, as I just turned pro, it's not like I can be like I was doing at semi pro because at semi pro I was fighting almost every month.
Yeah.
I had in 4 months I had 3 fights. And now at pro, I need to be careful with what I do and the steps I take. My main coach is not here at the moment; he's in Brazil for holiday, so the timing is not perfect right now. But I spoke to my manager and he spoke to Brad, and obviously, no, unfortunately, we had to turn down the fight, and I won't be on Rock for this next event. But hopefully, on the next event, I will be on. And it's a real shame, and I'm gonna call Brad and ask him if I can be part in any way, even if I just get there and like I don't know, collect glasses on the table. It's the best event ever, man. It's a great event, and I want to be part of it, even if I'm not fighting, just anything. Just want to be part of it.
Well, I'm disappointed about that. Before you actually fought on ROC, because Brad trained with a lot of up and coming guys. Some of them were on the first show. Did you have any contact with Brad before the fight, or was it did he just kind of phone you and say, "I want you to fight on my show"?
No, it was Nathaniel Wood. It was the link between me and him. Nathaniel Wood trained here at Nova Forza, and he trains at Titan as well. So he told Brad about me, and Brad called me, and we arranged the fight. And so I think I owned it to the prospect.
Yeah. So kind of you recently fought. Obviously, you said you can't fight too often because
Yeah.
you're a pro now. Have you heard anything about your next fight and when you kind of looking to get back in?
Well, there is next fusion. On not sure the day, but I think it's in. I'm not sure, but it's a while away, and I'm looking at that. But if there's another big opportunity, then I'll take it. I don't want to like have. I don't want to take too long to get where I want to be. So if there's a big show coming up, then I'll take that fight there. If fusion is there, then I'll take a fusion. I don't mind. I just wanna fight.
Yeah. So obviously, do you think you're gonna get more chances to fight on bigger shows now that because obviously like the biggest shows in Europe are obviously Cage Warriors and BAMMA, and
Yeah.
BAMMA sometimes do entertain amateur fights, but do you think you're gonna get more of a chance to fight at a high level like that now that you're professional?
Hopefully that's the goal. I mean, I don't wanna be taking easy routes, man. There's a lot of fighters that took easy routes and they got to good places, but they took too long. You know, they took too long to get there, and I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be breaking out into UFC when I'm like on my late 20s. I don't want that. I
Yeah.
want to get there fast. Yeah. And if I trust my management and my coaches, and whatever they have for me, I know it's going to be the right thing.
I've asked this to a few people now. You're obviously 1-0 as a professional. How much does your record actually mean to you? Because a lot of fighters don't care about it, but when fans and promoters and people like that look at the record, it kind of speaks a whole lot. How much does your record mean to you?
Man, a fighter that says he don't care about his record is a fighter that has more losses than wins. There's no way a fighter that doesn't care about record. I care about my record, man. I don't want a loss there. That's if I want a loss on my record, I'm not gonna fight. I'm gonna fight to make money. And if you have a lot of losses on your record, you're not gonna be making any money. So I'm against that. I don't want no losses on my record.
Well, Diego, it's been fun again. Thanks for coming on, and
Thank you, man.
hopefully I'll have a chance to speak to you before or after your next fight.
Thank you. Definitely, I'll keep you posted whenever
Thanks.
I find out I'm fighting. I'll tell you.
Thanks, mate. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Oh, that was fun. I love Diego. He's such a fun, calm guy. Next up, would you believe this? We have Randy Brown, Mr. Randy Brown, touch and go. Randy from Looking for a Fight, of course. So I'm very, very much looking forward to that. Hopefully Randy Brown comes on. I'm trying to get in touch with him. So it should be very, 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 very fun to have Randy on. Be interesting to hear from him. See how he is. Has not fought since his UFC debut, which went too long ago, of course. He defeated Matt Dwyer. With a very, very cool, calm, collected performance. Didn't look rushed at any point in the fight. Didn't look like he was in any danger at any point in the fight. Anything like that. He looked very calm throughout the whole bout. Let's get in touch with Randy Brown. It was fun. Diego Barbosa obviously fought last time at Fusion FC 19. Hopefully fighting again. Hopefully fighting again at the next Fusion event, he said. So I look forward to seeing that. I was actually trying to trying to go to the Fusion FC 19 event to see Diego fight again, but I couldn't make it. I'd already arranged to go to FCC, so they couldn't go. Fusion seems like a fun event. Hopefully I'll get a chance to go back, to go there for the first time in the future. Seems fun. Still laughing at the news Dean Garnett spilled accidentally. Well, would you look at this? We have Randy Brown on very, very soon. I'm excited. Let's get him on. Let's get him on right now. Randy Brown, of course. Fighting on April 16th against Michael Graves, the guy that was supposed to fight. Danny Roberts pulled out. Roberts would have fought Nathan Coy. Let me just tell you this, okay? Diego Barbosa will he will 100% end up in the UFC. He will 100% end up near the top of the UFC, if not on the top of the UFC. So be ready. There's a tweet that I sent out a very long time ago saying that he'd be a big thing. And he's grown and grown, and very, very soon I think he will be. You can find that tweet. I've liked it. It's on my likes on my account, just to kind of save it, keep it there. A little bit disappointed that Diego won't be able to fight on. A little bit disappointed that Diego won't be able to fight on the ROC2 card. That's kind of, but what can you do? Okay, Diego Barbosa not fighting, obviously, as I've said on that show. Randy Brown should be on soon. As I was telling the story about Diego before he joined, so I was kind of I went backstage to interview him and seen Brad Pickett, and I couldn't pass up an interview with Brad Pickett, so I was going to interview Brad Pickett and then interview Diego. But by the time I finished Brad Pickett and interviewed Diego, I was already in the locker room. Media weren't allowed in the locker room. Blah blah blah. So fortunately, was unable to do that. Oh. This whole Justin Bieber talk is really bugging me. I mean, look, he's not. Come on. People talking about Justin Bieber because he talks trash about Nick Diaz. People talking about him coming out of the cage with Connor, him fighting Nick Diaz and things like that. Just get a grip. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Oh yeah. So something that I heard about 2 hours ago has just been brought up again. Don Fry, he's just been talking about it, but Tank Abbott and Dan Severn are fighting this weekend apparently, which is ludicrous. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what they're fighting on, whether it's a full MMA show or whether it's, whatever it is, whether it's BJJ, I don't know, but I'm silly. Randy Brown should be on anytime soon. He's just trying to join. Should be fun. Let me just set this up. Right. Can't recall. I can't think for the life of me what card Randy Brown's on. It's April 16th, I believe, but I can't. April 16th. Let me have a look. Let me just. Right, so this weekend is Brisbane. It's the 15th of February. 15th of March. Wow, it's March already. Where does the time go? Okay, so March, April 16th. So he's fighting on, the Florida card. Nurmagomedov versus Ferguson. Rashad Glover, Machida Henderson, Rose, Tisha Torres, Rose Namajunas, Benil Dariush, Mike Chiesa. Cub Swanson's fighting Akran Diaz. John Dodson and Manny Gambiorian. Betjay Kahea returns after a embarrassing loss to Ronda Rousey. She fights Raquel Pennington. Court McGee fights Santiago Ponzinibbio. Randy Wood, look at that, he fights Michael Graves. The Vitor Belfort prodigy Sejami Chanche Ferreira fights Vinny Magalhaes. Drew Dover fights. Who does Drew Dover fight? Let me get it up. Who does Islam Makhachev? That's done, I think. Let me just. Oh my god. Okay, so there's a guy called Jonathan Dargan, and he fought at a BAMA show, I think it was BAMA 22, and I was just looking at him thinking, wow, he looks really, really old, and he really was old. He's Conor McGregor's ex-coach too. He's killed somebody in a street fight. Not great though. Really, really not great for anybody's for how anybody looks. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, is Randy Brown, I wonder? Let's due to be on 5 minutes ago. Still no reply. He did say he was all set, so shouldn't be too long now. After Randy, we have Danny Roberts. We have Darren Till before that, though, and then following that we have Mike Jackson. Would you believe that? Mike Jackson, another guy affiliated with looking for a fighter. He went on it, but he fought a guy that was on it. He fought a guy that is now fighting a guy that was a WWE fighter. That always seemed very, very surreal to me. It was a number one contenders fight for CM Punk. I mean, come on. It's just like, wow, if I win this fight, I get to fight CM Punk. And I know he's a big draw, I know he's a big name, he's going to earn the UFC a lot of money, but come on. Personally, I think it would have been better for them to leave Mickey Gall out of the cage. Just leave him, completely leave him altogether. And look, now he's 2-0. Could have been, he would have been 1-0 if he wouldn't have fought Mike Jackson. Now he's 2-0, so he's got 2 more fights than CM Punk has. If they would have left him out, he would have been out for a very long time, which would have benefited CM Punk slightly because CM Punk's never fought at all. The benefited him slightly. Well, Randy Brown, it doesn't look like he's going to come on. He's probably very, very busy, which is, it sucks. I was looking forward to talking to Randy Brown. There's no champion. This one is. Let's try. Let's get in touch with Donnie. Sorry about silence. I'm just very. I want to get people on. Really do want to get people on. Has the Bellator event even been announced? The date yet? Let me get us. I think Dean Garnett just really, really let slip on something big. That's not great at all. Honestly, I don't even think we're going to be able to get Darren Till or Danny Roberts on because my messages have not been sent to Danny Roberts all week. He just doesn't see them. We're going to go right to the end of the conversation. The show. We're going to go for Mike Jackson. Mike Jackson is a man that does it all. He's a journalist, he's a photographer, he's also a fighter now. He made his pro debut in the UFC. What does that say about a guy? That must be really, really, really hectic. You know, I mean, I imagine making UFC debut when you've had experience, you know, when you're 10-0, 15-0, something like that. Or, you know, even if you've lost, it must be very, very tough. But to make your pro debut when you've never had any professional fights must be very, very, very tough. I like Mike Jackson, very, very cool guy, very chilled dude. He also has his own podcast. Actually, he has a podcast called "This Is the Truth." Hence, that's after his nickname. His nickname is The Truth. So his podcast is called "This Is the Truth." You know, you get it. Hopefully, we can get Mike Jackson on very, very soon. He's just sorting a few things out, so it shouldn't be too long at all. This is tough. Live shows are tough. 2 shows and a lot of guests have let me down. I'm not blaming them at all. You know, they're obviously very, very busy. But I feel, I mean, I'm not going to name anybody, but I feel like some of the guests just couldn't be bothered. And yeah, I can understand that, but I don't mind. But it's tough when somebody lets you down and you there's nothing else to do. We've discussed pretty much everything we need to discuss. So now we play the waiting game. Right. Let's just change. This is very, very boring and very, very frustrating. Honestly, most of most of this podcast is probably even I'm getting bored, so I can't imagine how you guys feel. I'm sorry, it's Okay, so we still have an hour and 10 minutes of running time, and we're pretty much done with the show. We just need one more guest. This is what happens when people let you down. It's frustrating, but there's obviously nothing we can do about it. Nothing I can do about it at all. That's okay though. That's okay. Wait. I think we're about almost 3 hours in, and we've had. Let me check how many people we've had on. So we had Dean Garnett, Paddy Pimblett, Mark Godbeer, Diego Barbosa. So we had all four that we were meant to, and since from then it all went it all went downhill. No, it should be fun. No, should be fun. Jesus Christ, this may go down in history as the most boring web series show ever. Do you know what's very, very hard? Keeping secrets in situations like this. Because honestly, there's a few fights that I know about that nobody else knows about, but there's a big one, and it's I'm not gonna give you any details because it might give away, but it's very, very fun. And also on that, I really, really do not like journalists that if a fighter says to you, I'm fighting this guy on this date, but don't say anything, and then you release it. That's terrible. Because firstly, you've lost the fighter's trust. Secondly, get the fighter in trouble with the promoter, and you're also going to get in trouble with the promoter. You're probably not going to be allowed back into the like for example, let's say it's let's say it's the UFC. If a UFC fighter says to you, "By the way, I'm fighting on this show on this day, but I'm fighting this guy. Don't say anything." And you say something, firstly, you've lost his trust. You've got him in trouble with the promotion. And then when you go and try and get credentialed for that event or for that show ever again, they're going to say no because you blew this up. And although it'd be, you get a lot of attention for it, you get a lot of attention, but then you'd lose a lot of attention because you're not at that event getting that content. So, yeah, I'm rambling because there's nothing else to say. Let's walk through. Let's have a look through the guests. Let's go through the guests and see. Let's talk about them a little bit. So, Dean Garnett came on first, made a little slip, announced that he's fighting at Bellator's show in the UK in July. He was also talking about Aspire, his new gym after he left the old one. He created a new gym called Aspire with a few other guys, Danny Roberts, Aaron Robinson, a few of the coaches, things like that. Then after that, who did we have? We had Paddy Pimblett. He just talked about his Cage Warriors 75 fight against Ashley Grimshaw. He talked about his sponsor Scramble and a few other ones that I can't remember. He discussed what he's been doing in his time out, why he was out, and that was a fun interview. I like Paddy. He's very he draws a lot of views. Mark Godbeer then came on. Mark Godbeer talked his mindset going to the fight, where he had mentally talked Duras as an opponent. He talked about the boxing fight that he had recently, won a third round TKO on that, of course. So that was a fun one, Mark Godbeer. Then we had Diego Barbosa, of course. Diego talked his last fight, his first pro fight. What happened with that fight? Actually, I forgot to explain during the interview because he mentioned that he only decided to turn pro on the Wednesday before the fight. So basically, Diego was scheduled to fight for a amateur title. Then the opponent that he was meant to fight pulled out, so Fusion put another guy in to fight for the title. And Diego said, instead of fighting for the amateur title, why not both of us just turn pro? Because they're both looking to turn pro. Why not both of us just turn pro? And then we can, and then after that we can fight our first pro fight. Smart move from Diego because he turned pro. He got it done. Very, very. I think it was like 13 or 12, 13 seconds, something like that. But wow. Okay, so look at this. So Ben Folks at Ben Folks MMA on Twitter just posted a little image. Paige Van Zandt made the disclose $24,000 for her UFC 191 submission of Alex Chambers this past September. She made the disclose $40,000 to show in her main event loss to Rose Namajunas in December. If past Dancing with the Stars contacts have been released, that has been released whole for this season. Oh, so it's not official if they stay. Van Zandt, if the contract is the same as last season, Paige Van Zandt will make a base salary of $125,000 for the first 2 weeks, regardless of whether she's eliminated or not. She would then make an additional $10,000 per week for weeks 3 and 4, $15,000 for week 5, $20,000 for week 6 and 7, $30,000 per week 8 and 9, and $50,000 for weeks 10 and 11, which would have her in the finals. That could bring her total compensation for the show to $360,000 if past reported pay models for the Stars hold true in season 22. I think she may get paid more than other people. I'm not sure who's been on the show. I'm not familiar with the show, but she's a very, very big star. Everybody knows her. So, that's a minute. Gordon Nelson believes Conor McGregor should move to lightweight for UFC 90, following loss at UFC 196. I think lightweight would be a good move, but he's just not gonna get a shot. He's really not. At featherweight, he's already the champion, so he's got to have a title shot. So I think he'll go down to featherweight for UFC 200. Starch. Honestly, I don't know why, but I'd rather see, if I was in Joe Silver's shoes right now, I'd pick Jose and Conor for UFC. I'd rather see Aldo versus Conor 2 than Frank and Conor 1. Simply because, from a business standpoint and a money standpoint, if Frankie Edgar beats Conor McGregor's lost 2 in a row. He's not the champion of any division. He can, you can't put the excuse, oh, look, I was 2 weight classes up. He can't say the guy was too big, this, that, and he's going to have to work with. Because look, if Frankie Edgar dominates Conor McGregor, which I think he will, I think he'll dominate the wrestling, just take him down over and over again and just pretty much start him until he picks up a submission. And if that happens, I mean, look, if that doesn't happen, Conor's in a lot of trouble. He's not going to earn a lot of money. He's not going to... I mean, he'll still be earning money, but he's not going to draw a lot of eyes. I mean, look, if Conor loses his featherweight title, what's he got? He once beat Jose Aldo, but it was in 30 seconds. Was it a fluke? Maybe. It looks like a fluke because he's been dominated by Edgar. He's been beaten by Diaz and things like that. So very unsure. I don't think you should put him against Edgar. I think Jose Aldo will be mentally weak going, not mentally weak, but not as mentally strong as he usually is. So But yeah, so if he right, just imagine where does it put Connor? So he's lost to Nate Diaz. He fights at UFC 200 in the biggest UFC event ever, possibly other than UFC. You know, UFC 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. They're always going to be the biggest events because they are landmark events. So if he fights on that, he'll draw a hell of a lot of viewers, as he always does. And he'll also, if he loses, he'll also be laughed at a lot, and he'll lose a lot of stock because look, 1.5 million pay-per-view buys is it's all right, isn't it? It's not too bad, really. It's not too bad. So he done that and he lost. So he lost in front of 1.5 million, and I'm pretty sure about 1 million of them or 1.2 million of them will be for Conor McGregor. They won't even know Nate Diaz is. I mean, I hate to do it because I hate to call out guys that, you know, they say, oh, I can't wait for Conor McGregor to fight tonight. Just look, who's he fighting? Shut up. You know, I can't wait for Conor McGregor to fight tonight. Well, I can't wait to see Conor McGregor versus Nate Diaz. It's not, you know, I'm excited to see Conor fight, but I'm also excited to see Nate fight. It's the guys that bug me are the guys that don't even know who Nate Diaz is, don't even know Nate Diaz exists, probably think Nate Diaz is a bum that just come off the street and, you know, blah, 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 blah. And then when Conor loses, like, oh, he was lucky, look at his face, you know, his face got battered. And then that's another thing that you've got to look at. People saying a fighter won a fight because he landed more damage. No, I could go in there and fight Nate Diaz for 10 seconds and his face would be busted up because he's got so much scar tissue. You jab Nate Diaz and his nose starts bleeding. You punch Nate Diaz, his eyes cut above, under. Come on. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if Nate Diaz has the worst cut you've ever seen in your life on every part of his face. I don't care if he has 10 broken ribs. I don't care if he has a broken arm and a broken leg. He won the fight fair and square. He was the better man. He was the one with the bigger heart. He wanted to be there more than Conor. And he won. He tapped out Conor McGregor because Conor McGregor did not want to be there anymore. Conor McGregor was tired. He was hurt. Well, that's pretty much it. He was tired and he was hurt. He didn't want to be there. He'd never been in a situation like that in the UFC in front of so many people. He panicked, as he said, and he lost the fight. So Mike Jackson is he's been a very, very, very kind guy. He's coming on. He's just trying to find Wi-Fi. He's out at the moment, so he's coming on very soon, which is phenomenal. You know, he's not scheduled to be on for another 50 minutes, but it's been very, very nice. Thank you very much. to him. Should we? Let's talk about Kimbo Slice and Kem Shamrock. So Kimbo and Ken both failed the pre-fight drug tests for Bellator 40. I don't know. I don't know what event Bellator was on, to be honest. But they failed the event. They failed the drug test. And come on. That's an embarrassment. No, I was going to tell you what I'm doing at the moment, but I'm not because it's. No. Right. Mike Jackson's just on Wi-Fi, should be on anytime soon. Hopefully he comes on very, very soon. I'm running out of things to say. I ran out of things to say for a long time ago. Let's break down the Brisbane card, the Brisbane game. But before we do that, let's talk about the April 16th card, the one that Randy Brown's fighting. No, Randy Brown's supposed to come on. For some reason, he must be busy. Lyoto Machida's back. My guy, Lyoto, my dude. He's back. He is fighting Dan Henson for the second time. Machida won a. It was a clear decision. It went to domination, but everybody knew he won. I don't think it was a split decision. I don't think it should have been a split decision. But in the end, he got the nod, and that's all that counts really. So, good for him. Good for him. They are fighting on the main card, I assume. Maybe the co-main event. It's definitely on the main card. I think I just have a feeling Machida's going to dust him. Machida's a lot more confident since that first fight. He's I'd say he's a better fighter, but it's he's not like he hasn't improved leaps and bounds, but he's improved quite a lot. And I think one thing to take into account is he's not afraid to throw leather now, and that could be a big thing in this fight because Dan Henson's chin has deteriorated a lot over the past few years. But let's while waiting for Mike Jackson to come on, let's just look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, the next 7 UFC cards. So we've gone through Brisbane already. Let's leave that one now. Fight Night Zagreb, April 10th. This should be fun. Tell you what. Let's just look at some of the fights that matter. Robert Wyford's on that card. Is that Damien Stashak? Surely not. Damien Stashak's on that card. Where do I know Damien Stashak? No, but I'm not sure where I know him from. Damien Stashak. Stashak. Oh yeah. Damien Stashak. Mate. Just so let's see where I know his name from. Hey, I recognise his face too. There you go. Okay, so he fought Mike Grundy at BAMMA 19. Then made his UFC debut against Jackson Meza. Lost the decision. But anyway, we're getting sidetracked. Let's go back to the card. So Damien Stashak's fighting Filip Pejic. Jared Cannonier. Did he fight Gabriel Gonzaga? He fought somebody in his UFC debut and he was doing like quite well, and then he got knocked out early in the first. Ian Entwistle, Enti. Ian Entwistle's fighting there. He's fighting Alejandro Perez, the leg lock master himself, Ian Entwistle. And then after that, Mairbek Tyson was fighting Damir Hadzovic. That should be very, very fun. Any fight with a Russian name is fun. And then Nicholas Dalby fighting for the first time since that exciting draw with Darren Till. That was incredible. Marina Moroz is fighting Christina Stanchu. Stanchu obviously undefeated at 5-0 Moroz with an impressive record of her own now. 6-1. Igor Pekrajac is fighting Jan Blachowicz. Igor Pekrajac obviously fighting in his home country of Croatia. And also Timothy Johnson, the man with the mustache, is fighting Marcin Tybura. 13th, as I mentioned earlier, this fight. Francis Ngannou versus Bojan Milhajilovic. In fact, that fight's wrong. That hasn't been replaced yet. The Mihajilovic is out. So, and then after that, a big heavyweight fight. Ruslan Magomedov fights Gabriel Gonzaga. Another Russian excitement. Another Brazilian excitement. Big guys, should be extraordinary. And then in the main event of the evening, Big Ben Rothwell fight Junior Cigano dos Santos. Dos Santos has not fought since being knocked out by Mr. Alistair O'Brien in what was a shock defeat. It wasn't a shock defeat, it was just a shock knockout. Nobody expected JDS to be knocked out like that. He's never been knocked out. He got TKO'd by Cain Velasquez after 5 rounds of brutality. But at one punch, put him down and the referee stopped the fight. He went knocked clean out, but you know, it was interesting stoppage. After that is Nemagueno first and gone through that one, and then after that, it's the big one, UFC 197. That's the one. Some really good fights on this one. Really looking forward to it. Efrain Escudero is fighting there against Kevin Lee. So that should be very fun. It feels like Efrain Escudero's been around forever, never. And then after that, Clint Hester's fighting. Like Clint Hester, he's a very tough, strong, powerful guy. He's fighting Marcos Rogerio de Lima. And then after that, we don't have a fight to be announced versus to be determined. So maybe that's, I don't know what that is. Probably an Ultimate Fighter thing or something. Not that. Glyco Franco versus James Vick, the Texecutioner. Just looking at James Vick, he does not look like an MMA fighter. He's thin. He's got thin arms. He has a thin face. He doesn't look like an MMA fighter. But tell you what, he's good at what he does. Also on that card, Jessica Aguiar versus Juliana Lima. Aguiar should get the job done there. She had a very tough UFC debut, but we have faith. And after this, a guy that was meant to be on today, obviously for whatever reason couldn't make it, didn't answer, whatever. Danny Roberts, hot chocolate Danny Roberts, he fights Dominic Steele in a very, very tough fight. And after that, we have Andre Feely. Oh, he fights Yair Rodriguez. This is going to be extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. Seriously, like, this fight should be immense, really should be phenomenal. Oh, what this? Oh, come on. Let's get back to this. So, yeah, Rodriguez and Andre Feely, of course. This should be really, really special. Really
Hello? Am I live? Trying to be one. I think I'm gonna have to hang up and call back. I'm gonna call back. Can you guys hear me? Oh man, I can't. For some reason, I can't hear y'all. I tried a headset and everything. This thing's killing me. Sorry about this, guys. I'm gonna try my laptop. I'll be back one more time.
Work. Oh, finally. Well, hopefully, as I say, finally. I don't want to jinx anything. While we wait, we'll go through more UFC. So we just went through 197, Jones Cormier. I think Jones takes that one relatively easy again. But what I will say is that DC's been sparring with a man called Chai Lewis Parry. Chai Lewis Parry was supposed to fight Brandon Vera, and there's been all sorts of things that happened. Another fighter got flown out, and Chai Lewis Parry was like, "Why has he been flown out?" And then rumors started surfacing that Chai failed the drug test, and then it came out that Chai hadn't even entered his drug test. Blah blah. So, 1FC were apparently, I'm not accusing him of anything, apparently trying to protect Brandon Vera. Chai Lewis Parry is a lot bigger than John Jones, and he hits a lot harder than John Jones. He's a glory kickboxer. He's relatively new to MMA, but tell you what, he is a dangerous, dangerous man, and he's good behind the microphone as well. I'm sure you've heard him in some place under this week. Had scuffles with John Jones' brother, and things like that. Let's go on to the May 8th event, UFC Fight Night. Alistair Invest, Andrei Arlovsky, also on that card. Another heavyweight bout. Bigfoot Silver faces Stefan Struve. They are two big guys. Chris Wade fights against Rashid Magomedov. That should be fun. The man, the handbag stealer. Was it a handbag? I think it was a handbag. Handbag stealer. No. Razor Madali fights Jan Cabral. Magnus Shedenblad fights Garrett McLellan, who has an immense beard. If you haven't seen the beard, you've got to look at it. You really have got to look at it. Pete Sabota and Dominic Waters fight. Where do I know Dominic Waters from? I'm not even going to check it. Then Gunnar Nelson's back. Gunny's back. He fights Albert Tumenov. That should be a very fun fight, I think. I think we may see Gunnar Nelson knocked out. Would you believe that? Tumenov possesses some serious power, and he's Russian too, so there you go. Nick Han also fights on that card, the German, against John Tuck, the Super Saiyan. Right, let's see what... should be in pretty soon, Mike Jackson. Soon. Very, very soon. He's just gonna use his he's gonna try and join on his laptop, which I think will be better. I think that'll be better than a phone. Playing the waiting game again, folks. Don't worry about it. It's should be very, very fun. Let's find bang. Right. Do we not go white? Okay. Wow. Okay, so a guy called just the letter D game 1985 on Instagram made a custom character of Angela Hill on the Sports UFC, and it looks very, very realistic. Show you all it. Right, let me just do this.
All right, we good now.
Right, we have him back. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. At last, we get Mike Jackson. Right. So we'll get right into it. We've not heard anything from the UFC about you being cut officially, and recently you did call out Artem Lobov. Realistically, do you think you will fight in the UFC again?
I don't know. Hopefully, I can get a fight here this summer. I hadn't heard anything from him. Like you said, I haven't been cut. So, I'm still under contract. And hopefully we get a fun, fan-friendly fight made.
Yeah, do you know the contract that you signed to fight Mickey Gall, was that just a one-fight contract?
No, I signed a 4-fight deal with the UFC. And, that's what's up.
Well, so, walk us through the whole process of how you ended up fighting, because there's obviously so many guys out there that have 0-0 records or 0-1. How did you end up getting picked to fight Mickey Gall?
I got the fight because of my affiliation through Legacy Fighting. I work with them. I'm a photographer, videographer for those guys. Mick Maynard and Dana White are really good friends, and they needed a fight, and it only made sense to put someone with the personality that I am to help sell fights.
You're obviously a journalist as well as a fighter. What comes first if you had to choose, between journalism and being a professional fighter? What comes first for you?
Hello?
You there? Hello.
My audio cut out a little bit.
Sorry. So I said you're obviously a journalist as well as a fighter. What comes first for you, journalism or fighting?
Sorry about this. Could be my fault. I don't know. I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me now? No.
Sorry about this, guys. You all right? Yes, sir. You? Yeah, I'm trying to get this thing going. Okay.
Anything now?
Let me see if I can move locations, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, the audio here. I don't know what's going on with the. I can hear myself. I can't hear you guys.
I don't.
Oh, there we go. I got you.
All right. There we go. Right. So, as I just said, you're a journalist as well as a fighter. What comes first, journalism or fighting?
You said which comes first?
Yeah.
I love them both. But obviously, I'm going to do the journalist side more frequently than I will fighting. So, more of my time is dedicated toward that. And that's just because I'm covering events, every other week or every week. And I'm constantly training and I'm in the gym, but I don't get to fight as often. So for me, a lot of time goes into the journalist side.
Yeah. So if you don't fight in the UFC again, if they do decide to cut you, What's next for you? Are you going to continue to pursue a career in MMA, or are you going to put it on the sideline?
No, actually, before even it was funny. It was just ironic that the UFC came about because starting 2016 off, I had already planned on competing at least twice a year in MMA. The majority of my fights will probably be boxing and kickboxing. It just happens I was able to make my professional debut in the UFC. So I'm definitely planning on doing all facets of combat sports. I just like to fight, man.
Yeah. So since the fight, have you been doing anything? Obviously, you've done. You was on press row after the loss. Have you done anything else to do with the UFC? Obviously, journalism, anything like that to do with the UFC?
What about
Since the fight?
UFC?
Have you have you done anything to do with the UFC after the fight? How is your relationship with them?
Oh, my relationship with those guys are great. They've sent me personal correspondence. I've talked to a lot of the higher ups. They love what I bring to the table as far as personality and marketability. And I think that's another reason why they decided to keep me around.
Yeah. So during the fight, it seemed like you had dropped. You say you slipped. Let's just say you slipped. If that wouldn't have happened and you wouldn't have ended up in that position, how did you see the fight playing out against Mickey?
Well, I wanted to be on my bike. I knew he was going to try to take me down, so that's what I was constantly doing. As far as the shot that put me down, I didn't realize he was as long as he was, and he was a lot closer at the time, and I wasn't really used to the cage. And as I was circling, he just caught me at the end of a punch, and I went down from that. As far, like I said, it was a slip in reference to me being off balance. I mean, he threw the punch and it landed cleanly. It was just me being more off balance than the punch actually hurting me.
Yeah. So, as I mentioned, you are a journalist as well as a fighter. How different is it being on the other side of the camera, and how, is that something you enjoy being on the other side?
I enjoy both sides, to be honest with you. I love being there, covering the sport, helping, build fighters' names and things like that, especially on the local level. And then I just, look, like I said earlier, I just love the fight. This is not something that I was born to do, or I didn't come from a rough background. I come from a great, well-off background, very high class. My father's a doctor. I was supposed to go to medical school or be an engineer. I was supposed to do all these, great things, but I just love the fight, and that's why I'm doing this.
Yeah, good choice. Fighting's fun.
Yeah.
Right, Mike. Thanks for your time. I appreciate you coming on, and hopefully I'll speak to you again soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you, John.
Thank you, mate. There he was, Mike Jackson. Randy Brown just responded. He is Brown. Hopefully he should be coming on in a few minutes. Hopefully she'll be coming on soon. Let's continue to go through what card were we at? We just done 197, so we're talking about Overy, and we just went through that one. So now UFC 198. This card's turned into it already is, but it's phenomenal. Evan Dunham is on there. He's fighting Leonardo Santos. Also on that card, another fun fight. But hang on, just one thing. done. I know it's better for his career, the longevity of his career, and better for him picking up wins. But just don't wrestle people, punch people. The Evan Dunham of old, rather, he was very, very fun. Oh, folks, Randy Brown anytime soon is coming on. There you go. Discuss Cage Warriors Wales. Interesting, very, very, very interesting, because is the really a huge market for MMA in Wales? I don't know. I don't think there is. But again, I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm just assuming that there isn't. I mean, I don't know, because to dedicate a whole thing, I'm not sure what's called, but a whole thing to Wales is kind of like, oof, it could be, it could go very, very wrong, in my opinion. But to be honest, Wales from the UK is not a very, very, very long way to travel. So if there's UK fans, if there's not many Welsh fans, then there's going to be British fans and fans that just travel 10 minutes to see Cage Warriors in London, that are going to travel hours and hours to see Cage Warriors in Wales. I mean, look, it's not gonna be, you're not gonna have to travel it. You're not gonna need to have a passport, anything like that. It's just, you can travel it in a car. I mean, it's smart in a way that they're opening up new doors for Welsh fighters and Welsh fans and things like that. But I think most of the people that are going to attend them events will be the same people that attend the events in the UK, because I just don't see a huge market for MMA in Wales. They obviously bought Pain Pit, which that's kind of like that's Cage Warriors Wales, basically. Honestly, I'm not too fussed on it, but I'm in no way I'm trying to slay Cage Warriors. I love Cage Warriors, but I'm sure they I'm sure they've looked into it a lot more than I have. I'm sure they've looked into it, over and over and over again. Whereas I've just heard the news today and given my opinion. Honestly, I think it'll work out for the best. I mean, their return show is not going to be the biggest show, but it's going to attract a lot of attention, because I mean, look, since Conor came into the sport and since Conor really took off, a whole lot of new fans around Europe have been, I've kind of jumped into the sport, but a lot of them fans aren't willing to travel to Vegas to watch Conor fight, but they will go to the UK fight events, BAMA, Raz Champions, Cage Warriors, FCC, Shinobi, all them kind of events. So, of course, there's going to be some Welsh fans, of course, but it's a peculiar move to set up a whole. I mean, I'm not sure if every single event will be in Wales, because I assume it will be, but I don't know how far it'll go. Hopefully, it goes far, like Cage Warriors. But Randy Brown should be on very soon. But I'm sure they know what they're doing. Cage Warriors are a very, very smart organisation. So hopefully they know what they're doing. So Randy should be on very, very, very soon. But yeah, it's interesting. But I mean, look, everybody that lives by London or travels just a little bit to get to a Cage Warriors event in people who travel 10 minutes to watch Cage Warriors. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't mind traveling 2 hours, 3 hours to watch Cage Warriors, or however long it takes. Because it's a nice day out. It's not just. It's a nice day out to go out to drive for a little while with people that with friends and family, and then go and watch what you love and things like that. But on the top of Cage Warriors being not so on the top of the Cage Warriors like event, oh, that's sad. Jonathan Webb has been cut by the UFC. Here is his statement. Just wanted to inform everyone that I will no longer be fighting for the UFC. They gave me a shot, and unfortunately, I wasn't lucky in the last year. I'm not saying I'm done fighting. Just have to figure out some things. Just have to figure out some things and get back on the horse. I can't feel like I forgot why I started fighting. I need to find that spark again and come back with a vengeance. I can't wait to start training again because I enjoy it, not because it's my job. I want to thank the UFC for the opportunity to let me fight for the NFL of the fighting game. I also want to thank all of my coaches, teammates, friends, family, and my girlfriend for helping me reach my goal. That's only 1% of people get to reach. My focus right now is on raising my any day now and finding that spark again. I love you all and thank you all again. Also, I'm not looking for sympathy. I just wanted to inform all of my team web supporters before I hit the internet. That's nice. I think before I read that, I was talking about Cage Warrior, and I mean, their essential was in a community centre with 500 seats, which it's tiny for a Cage Warrior event, but honestly, I'm sure they will. They'll definitely get bigger and bigger. I think they have to play it safe for this one, because what if people forgot about it? What if people don't want it? What if people prefer BAMA now or prefer another organisation? honestly, I think their first success back will be the first event back, sorry, will be a huge success. And hopefully, you know, I've never been to a Cage Warriors event, but everybody that I've dealt with there has been very, very nice. So hopefully, I get to. Just trying to sort something out for Randy Brownie. It's not seeming to be working for him. So soon we will have touch and go. Hopefully, I've said soon we'll have about 300 times now. So soon. Before that, let's recap Mike Jackson. So, Mike Jackson was on as our last guest. Talked his UFC career. Actually signed a 4-fight contract with the organization, which is interesting. Jimmy Dos Santos said that Stipe Miocic has the edge over UFC champion Fabricio Werdum. Not sure what that means, but I'm too stressed to read into it. Fortunately, we're not going to get Randy Brown. Randy is, unfortunately, he's out at the moment, so he only has phone service. He only has 3G. Does not have a Wi-Fi. Doesn't have Wi-Fi, so he'll, hopefully I can have him on the third episode, which is late. Episode 3 of the MMA segment is Tuesday, March 29th, 2016. So be here Tuesday, March 29th, 2016 at 1 p.m. GMT, 8 a.m. ET Eastern Time, 5 a.m. Pacific. Lol. Anyway, let's do this. Let's wrap it up. It's 5:05 at the moment. We've had a 5-hour episode, which has been fun. My ears hurt from these headphones. It's been phenomenal. We've had a good episode today. We've had some phenomenal guests on. We had Dean Garnett on first. Paddy Pimblett came on second. Mark Godbeer came on. We had Diego Barbosa. We had Mike Jackson. We also had, who else did we have? So Mike Jackson, Diego Barbosa, Paddy Pimblett, Dean Garnett, Mark Godbeer. I'll check. Okay, so we had today on the show. So firstly, Dean Garnett came on, discussed his gym, Aspire, his fighting career, what's next for him. He's obviously let slip, which he shouldn't have, but it was an accident. He is fighting at Bellator when they come to the UK in July. Next was Paddy Pimblett. He discussed his fight at Cage Warriors 75 with Ashley Grimshaw. He's headlining that card. So he discussed what's going to go on when he's in the fight. He discussed he said he wants to improve he wants to show striking. Then we have Mark Godbeer. He talked about his kids, his mental state, his what he's going to bring up on 25, sorry. Then we had, after Mark Godbeer, we had Mike Jackson. Mike Jackson came on. Well, would you look at that breaking news? Graham Afterburner Turner has signed with Bama. Oh gosh. Breaking news just announced by Bama. Graham Turner signed with the Bama promotion. So there you go. Featherweights, be on the lookout for that. Bama featherweights, be on the lookout. There's some really, the Bama featherweight division is stacked at the moment. Graham Turner, very, very experienced, only 28 years old, and he's got a record of 25 wins and 9 losses. The Scotsman is last fought in October 2015, picked up a win. He's fought names such as Nad Naramani, beaten Nad Naramani, fought Jim Allers. Let's have a look. Ashley Grimshaw. He beat Ashley Grimshaw, the guy that's fighting Paddy Pimblett. Akira Korosani, who's now in the UFC. Now retired, actually, but was in the UFC. Let's see. Olivier Pastor, a guy that Chris Fishgold's fought in the past. Let me just. Right, it's time to end the show now. 5:09. We will end the show. We've been on for about 1 hour and 10 minutes, and this has been very, very fun. How many guests did we have on? We had Dean Garnett, Paddy Pimblett, Mark Godbeer, Diego Barbosa, and Mike Jackson, Randy Brown, Danny Roberts, and Dan Till. Unfortunately, couldn't make it. Randy Brown we'll try and book him onto the next episode. But for now, I am done. I'm out. The MMA segment, episode 2, is finished. We are done. We had 5 fantastic guests on today. Thank you to them all. Really appreciate their time. Next week we'll have more guests. I've already got a few pretty good guests lined up for next episode, which is in 2 weeks' time on March 29th. So be there for that one. Follow me on Twitter at Junking MMA. Follow the MMA segment on Twitter at the MMA segment. You can follow Dean Garnett on Twitter at Dean_Garnett. Follow Paddy Pimblett on Twitter at Patrick Pimblett. Mark Godbeer does not have Twitter, but you can follow Diego Barbosa on Twitter at that_BJJ_guy. You can also follow Mike Jackson on Twitter at TheTruthJackson. So be sure to do that. Thank you all for tuning in. I think we peaked at about 270 viewers, which is phenomenal. So thanks for tuning in, and until next time, thank you.